Okay, welcome to the Tuesday, March 19th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And with that, I will go ahead and get us started with the executive session.
Move to recess in executive session for approximately 45 minutes, of which 5 minutes shall be used to discuss pending litigation and 40 minutes shall be used to discuss laws and policies and their application to city operations, all of which shall involve privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:45 after the executive session is concluded.
Okay. I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Pass 5-0.
Where's Amber?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm ready, Mayor, whenever you are.
All right. We are back from executive session and have nothing to report. Welcome to the March 19th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And with that, I will go ahead and move us on to item B.
I'm going to make mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sherry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phones. For those attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phone. For those attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute virtual participants. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Those participating virtually should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat, and all chats go directly to the meeting host. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for the reminder. All right, I'll get us started with item B, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second the motion.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. None opposed. All right. Item C, recognition, proclamation, and presentation. Our first item is proclaim the month of March as Women's History Month. Is there any... I believe there is Moxie here to, and Jessica. All right.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening to everyone. We're excited to be here tonight as we recognize the significance of women in history. At the City of Lawrence, we are committed to fostering an inclusive and diverse environment. Moxie, our volunteer employee-led women's employee resource group, has been active in advancing discussions and actions around women's progress, equality, and empowerment, and is represented by the incredible individuals here with me tonight and many more at home. Today is an acknowledgement of our collective dedication to promoting awareness and understanding. We view this proclamation as a call to action, an opportunity to amplify the voices of women in our organization and beyond. Accepting the proclamation tonight is Jessica Mortinger. Jessica is the Transportation Planning Manager for the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization. Jessica began her career 18 years ago with Able Hawks, a student disability rights organization at the University of Kansas. While there, Jessica campaigned to acquire fair, free, and accessible buses for the student-run bus system. That work inspired Jessica to pursue a master's in urban planning with a strong emphasis on multimodal transportation planning. Her current work focuses on engaging with the community to develop policy, process, and programmatic solutions to improve transportation. Without further ado, I would like to invite Jessica to share her thoughts on the importance of Women's History Month and the ongoing work of fostering a community and city where everyone can thrive. Jessica.
Thank you. I'm honored here to stand here tonight and accept this proclamation and be recognized by my colleagues in Moxie, recognizing Women's History Month, and on behalf of the remarkable women who have shaped our city, our nation, and our world. This month serves as a powerful reminder of the countless contributions women have made, often in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this journey, we cannot ignore the struggle gender inequity has created as we try to pursue equity, recognition, and justice. From the women who fought tirelessly for the right to vote, vote to the trailblazers who shattered the glass ceiling, women have been at the forefront of progress and challenging norms and pushing boundaries. I would like to recognize 3 women who have personally inspired me. Kitty Knox, who used the bicycle to challenge the intersectional forces of oppression for women of color in the 1890s and became the first African American and one of few women accepted into the League of American Wheelmen, an organization now known as the League of American Bicyclists. Patricia Wright, who was called one of the great congressional negotiators of American history when she served as the chief negotiating team representing the Americans with Disabilities through the Americans with Disabilities Act legislative process. And last but not least, an activist and journalist, Jane Jacobs, who recognized that cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everyone. These women have led the way by advocating for inclusive neighborhoods, equal rights, and mobility for all. By sharing their stories, I hope to inspire you to take a moment to recognize the women who have impacted you and the things that matter to you most. Our celebration of Women's History Month is not just acknowledging the past, but also about honoring the present and empowering the future. We must recognize the extraordinary achievements of women in our midst today, from the dedicated educators shaping young minds to the courageous activists fighting for social justice, from the compassionate caregivers supporting our communities to the innovative entrepreneurs driving economic growth. Women still face systemic barriers and discriminations in many aspects of life, including in the workplace, in healthcare, in politics, and in society at large. Women of color, LGBTQ+ women, women with disabilities, and other marginalized groups face intersecting forms of oppression that demand our attention and action. We must acknowledge that our work is far from done. We must prioritize intersectional experiences from women of marginalized communities and ensure that our voices are heard. I want to express my gratitude to all the grandmothers, mothers, daughters, and sisters who have paved the way for progress, to all who continue to inspire us with their resilience and strength, and to all those who are working tirelessly to create more inclusive and equitable places. Together, let's honor the past, celebrate the present, and shape the brighter future for all generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas, in observance of Women's History Month, the City of Lawrence recognizes all women for their significant contribution to shaping our nation's identity and strengthening our country through recorded and unrecorded historic contributions. And whereas, during Women's History Month, which is recognized by many countries, we celebrate women securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, as well as efforts women put in the past and current social movements. And whereas, despite such contributions, the narrative of women has been historically undervalued, and whereas the City of Lawrence is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion as a fundamental characteristic of a healthy, vibrant, and thriving city, the presence and strength of women continues to enhance the quality of life in the City of Lawrence, and whereas all women of every race, class, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and religion are to be honored and celebrated in and outside of the home and workplace. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as Women's History Month. And we encourage all in our community to take this opportunity to reflect on the past and present achievements of all women as demonstrated by reaching for equality. Let us all work hard to ensure such equality for all. Thank you all. All right. I'll let them go ahead.
Hey, you all suck, just so you know. Remember my hair. Bitches.
All right. And our second one is the recognition of Lynette Woodard, and I believe Commissioner Sellers has some remarks to that effect.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. This is a historic time for us as it relates to women's sports and women's basketball, and so I wanted to take a time, a personal privilege, but I do believe is one that our community could embrace and support during Women's History Month, to celebrate someone who is a Kansan like me, is a Wichitan like me, and is a Jayhawk. And I want to say like me, but actually I'm a Jayhawk mostly because of her. And growing up in Wichita and having the opportunity to have internal role models, but also external role models is huge. I value the upbringing that I had, and knowing that someone that comes from a community like me, that I came from, and aspired not just to greatness on the court, but also outside the court, who was a wonderful player, but also a wonderful human being and wonderful professional, that's Lynette Woodard. And so this is someone that I looked to as a youth, and knowing that she went to KU and was a Jayhawk. I wanted to be a Jayhawk because of her. So sorry, KU. The scholarship you gave me was nice, but it was actually this woman that made it great. But I think it speaks to a lot of what Jessica's comments said about recognizing place and space and understanding history and the importance that individuals who may not know it could really be impactful in our lives, and especially women. And so, I wanted to take this time to do something that I do believe our community would be in support of. And on the heels of, we're hearing about records being broken in women's sports and in women's basketball. And I think there's something to be said about this woman's history and her story, and how in some aspects it's being erased. And so I wanted to give her flowers while she is still here. And I know we have a wonderful recognition that's going to be read by our mayor, but I just wanted to just make 2 quick points, maybe 3, that are, not only was she basketball's crown princess, but she's our crown princess, a Triple Crown winner, and someone who, year by year, her freshman year, 833 points. Sophomore year, 1,177 points. Junior year, 881 points. Senior year, 758 points, with a grand total of 3,649 points. First KU player to top 1,000 points in a season. First KU player to top 500 rebounds in a season. She's awesome, inside and out, and I couldn't be more proud of her being a Kansan, a Jayhawk, and a Lawrencian. So, Lynette Woodard, these are my flowers to you. I don't know if you wanted to come and say something.
Thank you very much, everyone here this evening, Mayor, City Commissioner, Amber. Wow, this is a special evening. I just thank you. My heart is full. I wasn't really expecting this, but I do appreciate it. I'm always going to be one that's going to stand and fight for the rights of not only myself but others. I'm fighting for justice, fairness, everywhere I go and whatever I do. So I just, again, thank you for this special honor. I love it here in Lawrence. I love Wichita. I love Kansas. And everywhere I go, sometimes I get teased because I'm from Kansas, but I say this is the land of Oz. This is where dreams come true. All of mine has. And so I just let people know that I'm proud to be a Kansan. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Whereas Lynette Woodard, a Wichita, Kansas native, is widely considered one of the greatest female players of all time, with a charismatic personality, warm smile, and intensity on the court that left her opponents watching in amazement as she floated to the basket to score again and again. And whereas Woodard was a 2-time state champion from Wichita North High, going 59-3 during her high school career, and a 1977 National All-American, she dominated the women's game at the University of Kansas Kansas from 1978 to 1981. She led the nation in scoring, rebounding, and steals, scoring double figures in 138 of 139 career games, completing her college career ranked first in 8 statistical categories. And whereas Lynette was the women's college basketball all-time scoring leader, a record she held for 43 years, with 3,649 points, a 26.2 point per game average. Lynette scored all of her points without a three-point shot, not introduced until 1983, and played with a bigger basketball than women compete with today. She was the first KU woman to be honored by having her jersey retired, ending her collegiate career as a 4-time All-American. In 1981, Lynette won the Wade Trophy, the Broderick Award, for the best basketball player in the nation under the legendary Hall of Fame coach Marion E. Washington. And whereas Woodard was a 2-time Olympian and captain of the 1984 Olympic team, who paved the way for countless other female athletes, making history by joining the world-famous Harlem Globetrotters in 1985 as their first female team member, and whereas in 1997 she signed with the Cleveland Rockers in the Women's National Basketball Association inaugural season, her game on the court led to coaching and serving as the athletics director for the Kansas City, Missouri School District from 1992 to 1994. And whereas Lynette Woodard has had a storybook career, including being inducted into the Kansas Sports Hall of Fame in 1990, the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in 2004, and the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame in 2005. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Lawrence hereby recognize Lynette Woodard for her long and distinguished career and her accomplishments in the game of basketball. As many worldwide have come to learn about Lynette's phenomenal career, we celebrate and acknowledge our own crown princess of basketball.
Mayor, wanted to note that we did have Coach Marion Washington with us virtually, so. just wanted to-
Great.
Okay. All right. Just as a heads up, we do have we have a informational session on the homeless as a agenda item. So if you would want to wait for that, that is coming. So I just wanted to let people know.
Could you speak a little louder? It's really hard to hear you.
Okay. All right. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for a discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Okay?
Hello, my name is Eric Hyde. I just want to say thank you, commissioners. I think you're doing a fine job. I've been paying attention, and I think you guys are making great improvements, especially with the homeless issue, which I think you're doing a great job at. But I just want to say one thing, that this month is not only Women's History Month, it's been Traumatic Brain Injury Awareness Month for about 20 years. And I happen to have, coincidentally, this was not planned at all, 30 years ago on March 16th, 1994, I was hit by a car here on West 27th Street in Lawrence, Kansas, while wearing a bicycle helmet. The helmet program here started because of me. This blanket was made while I was in Children's Mercy Hospital. I went to Broken Arrow Elementary School here. It's got cats on it. So I'll just open it up real quick. And I still have 2 minutes left. There's all these pretty pictures that students drew and the teachers drew for me. There's cats on the other side. So they called me the Cat Kid, And also the hat kid. I brought my hat still. I do have some tricks up my sleeve, but I like to take off my hat to show respect. But anyway, that's really all I wanted to say. I didn't want to lash out in anger this time like you guys know me for from the past. I think we need to unite, and I can feel some tension in this room from the public, and I just want the public to know that the commissioners are here trying to help you. They're trying to listen to you, and they really want you all to provide positive comments so that they can help you the best that they can. The police, the chief is right over there. I happen to believe that this current Lawrence Police Department is the best Lawrence Police Department we have ever had in the entire history of Lawrence, Kansas. So you should be grateful for that, public, because I know for a fact that they are. Because of the way that they treat me as having a traumatic brain injury, they haven't messed with me once, and I love that. So I totally believe in them. I believe in the sheriff. I've got more time, but I just want to thank each commissioner. I think there's some of us here that know what prejudice is like, and that's what I'm trying to deal with right now in ways that I cannot explain in 12 seconds, 11 seconds. So that's it. Eric Hyde, out. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I am running for Lawrence City Commission. I registered 4 days ago. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Herring. I'm here tonight because 2 weeks ago, I demanded your resignations and the firing of your staff. Last week, I came here to speak again, not knowing 3 of you were at a conference in D.C. at our expense, and the commission meeting that was canceled that night. I had what I call a home alone moment when I pulled on the door to this building and found it locked a week ago. Remember Kevin waking up in that movie and finding his family gone? I had a flash of the same idea. I thought I'd made my commissioners disappear, resign as I had requested. Of course, that wasn't the case. None of you have any shame. In the week following that last meeting, another homicide in broad daylight happened downtown. The people involved, both dead and alive, are here in Lawrence because of the decisions made by all of you and your staff, which have resulted in an open-door policy bringing homeless people in from other cities. According to a statement in the Lawrence Journal-World by Chief of Police Lockhart, this shooting and another death both involved people experiencing homelessness. I'm not opposing to helping our homeless, not at all, those from Lawrence. But I am opposed to assuming the burden from other communities. You, on the other hand, have created this open-door policy resulting in a 51% increase in our homeless population in 1 year.
Sue?
I know,
We will
but-
be talking about the homeless at our later agenda item, so if you could,
I'll continue without that.
okay.
How does this impact parents considering KU for their kids' education? How does this impact people who come here in memory of previous years to shop? How does this impact families here in Lawrence? Did you know that Lawrence is the largest town in the U.S. with no mall because of a vital downtown? The downtown here was once a jewel. Now it's becoming a copy of San Francisco. You are killing our city and downtown. It's time for you to take one for the team and the community, resign and take your staff with you. Fire all of them and be gone. Make my home alone moment happen. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nico. I'm a Lawrencian, and I'm here along with Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions KC, and we're here to present the demands of the people rallying outside. BDS is a Palestinian-led movement that upholds the principle that Palestinians are entitled to the same rights as the rest of the world, and is a global call to action to pressure Israel into abiding by international law. The city of Lawrence has the chance to make an impact and support morality. Since October 7th, more than 30,035 Palestinians in Gaza, including 13,000 children, have been murdered by Israel and over 70,000 wounded. Thousands have also been wrongfully taken prisoner in the West Bank. Over 60% of Gaza's buildings have been destroyed, including homes, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, universities, and libraries. All of this is done with the intent of erasing Palestinian history and culture. 80% of Palestinians in Gaza are internally displaced and seeking refuge in Rafah, the last designated safe zone with nowhere left to go. Forced starvation is an acute and ongoing crisis, with over a quarter of the population being at immediate risk in the northern parts of Gaza. Even the populations that limited aid can get to are still in dire risk due to no housing and a collapsed healthcare system due to the ongoing bombardment. We call on the Lawrence City Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate, durable, and sustained ceasefire to protect all civilian lives and prevent further destruction and forced displacement within the Gaza Strip, which allows for humanitarian aid and the unhindered provision of goods to civilians throughout Gaza as required by international law, as well as the release of all wrongfully imprisoned civilian hostages. Included in this ceasefire resolution, we demand the right of return of all Palestinian refugees within the occupied territories and the diaspora, and to strongly reiterate that Palestinians deserve the right to self-determination. In the spirit of Lawrence being a welcoming and inclusive community, we are calling on our city's elected officials to stand up against racial or religious bigotry in all forms and to reaffirm that it has no place in our community. Also, just to be clear, I am appalled by the city's general weaponized incompetence and even opposition towards protesting a genocide and lack of critical thinking when it comes to understanding how to uphold and value multiple different issues while acknowledging the connection between them. We as a community can do better, so do better, especially if you're sitting in a seat that your constituents put you in to uphold our interests. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Magnus Prim, fellow Lorenzian. We, as concerned citizens of Lawrence, are gathered here today to call on the city to divest from all businesses that profit from or aid in the illegal occupation of Palestinian land, starting with the ICL plant in North Lawrence, owned and operated by ICL Group Limited, formerly Israel Chemicals Limited. We call on our city officials to demand clarity regarding the role played by the Lawrence ICL plant in the production, transportation, and sale of white and yellow phosphorus and their ingredients, as well as the use of the aforementioned products, and for our officials to additionally call for an immediate end to all domestic production of white and yellow phosphorus intended for use against civilians. According to articles published in 2022 by the Jerusalem Post and the Times of Israel, ICL was ordered to pay a settlement of 115 million Israeli new shekels, equivalent to roughly 31 million US dollars, in response to a class action lawsuit after an industrial pool wall at their Rotem Emfert plant collapsed June 30th, 2017, leaking approximately 100,000 cubic meters of highly toxic wastewater into the Eshalom River of the Judea Desert Reserve. The Times of Israel cites this as the largest amount paid in compensation for environmental damage in Israel's history. Israel's Ministry of Environmental Protection rated ICL Rotem, formerly Rotem Emfert Negev, #1 among the 10 publicly traded companies with the greatest negative environmental impact to the occupied region of Palestine in 2021. ICL Group Limited was among the top 3 public companies with the greatest negative environmental impact. Dead Sea Works, a mineral extraction plant also owned and operated by ICL, extracts roughly 2/3 of all commercially exploited water from the Dead Sea. The company claims that this process contributes only 9% to the shrinkage of the Dead Sea, which is receding at a staggering 4 feet per year. Adam Tevav Din, an Israeli environmentalist group, puts this number closer to 30%. In July of 2023, the ICL Lawrence plant was cited by the EPA for levels of phosphorus 309% over standard in its wastewater discharge, later removed from the ECHO tracking website because standards for 2028 had been used for the measurement by mistake. We find this irrelevant. Allowing phosphorus levels to increase to such a degree, even over a course of years, and considering them acceptable, is tantamount to looking the other way in spite of the myriad environmental consequences. Excess phosphorus in wastewater is known to cause excessive and harmful algal blooms capable of exposing people, pets, livestock, and wildlife to hepatotoxins, neurotoxins, dermatoxins, and aerosolized cyanobacteria and toxins. Those living in and around Lawrence need clean, safe water. Businesses that would poison our land and water have no place in our city. ICL and its subsidiaries should not be permitted to cause harm to the environment or those living in it in occupied Palestine or in Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marisa, and although I am not a native Lawrenceian, I have lived and worked in Lawrence for the past 2 years, and I have come to love the community that I am now a part of. A huge reason my husband and I chose this city is because Lawrence prides itself on being welcoming, diverse, and inclusive, a city for everyone. While the City of Lawrence has demonstrated historically that it is capable of being on the right side of history, I fear that we as a city are currently failing our moral obligation to do everything within our power to protect human life and human rights in the face of one of the worst atrocities that can be committed, which is genocide. A group of concerned community members are gathered here today to call on our city commissioners to take inspiration from cities such as Dearborn, Chicago, and Seattle that have passed ceasefire resolutions and reaffirmed that we cannot remain complicit or silent when faced with horrific human rights abuses across the world or at home in our own communities. We must recognize that all struggles against oppression and injustice are interconnected, and that any businesses in Lawrence that choose to aid in or profit from illegal occupations abroad, such as ICL, should not be exempt from condemnation. Our city commissioners have the ability to pass a city resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire and for an immediate end to the human rights abuses that Palestinians are being subjected to. If a resolution is not passed, it is not because you cannot pass one. As we have seen other U.S. cities pass resolutions at this point. It will be because our city commissioners are choosing to not stand in solidarity with an indigenous people facing apartheid, occupation, forced starvation, and internal displacement, in addition to indiscriminate bombings. We urge our city commissioners to take action and solidify Lawrence's place on the right side of history by confronting this ongoing oppression and injustice. Lawrence is a strong and diverse community with residents from all over the world in all walks of life. However, we have failed as a city to protect and support our Muslim and Arab community members, and especially our Palestinian community members. Our city commissioners are being presented with another opportunity to get it right this time, and we hope it will not be wasted. We will remember the City Commission's actions or lack thereof regarding Gaza when it is time again for local elections. I would like to end with a quote from Nelson Mandela, but we know all too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians.
Hello, my name is Ahmed. I have been a resident of Lawrence for more than 4 years. I begin in the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. All praise is due to God. May God's peace and blessings be upon his messengers, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. All of them lived lives of fighting oppression. Following in their footsteps, we stand with Palestinians, who have been victims of settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and genocide. We urge the Lawrence City Commission to acknowledge their current suffering in Gaza, where at least 40,000 Palestinians, including 25,000 women and children, were killed by the occupation forces, as openly admitted by the U.S. Secretary of Defense. We further urge the City Commission to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza through a resolution. This is a matter that concerns every single human, and we are all responsible to do whatever we can to stop this massacre. It is important to note that a ceasefire resolution will not only make the voice of the oppressed heard, but also mitigate the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Finally, we reject the outrageous idea that calling for a ceasefire is in any way anti-Semitic. Rather, the main cause of anti-Semitism is the occupation forces who oppress Palestinians by labeling them as Amalek, an ancient nation mentioned in the scriptures. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jamie. In January, a peace proclamation was introduced in reference to the massacres and genocide at the hands of Israel and the U.S. Who feels good about accomplishing peace? To me, it feels like lip service, false hope that our elected officials will do the right thing. Within action, regrettably, there is zero peace. You can't have peace with no action, no justice, and undoubtedly no ceasefire. According to the U.S. CPR, Lawrence sends over 1.4 million taxpayer funds annually to provide weapons to Israel. You think that would be better spent invested in our own community to pay LCS workers a living wage, to provide shelters for the homeless? Instead, it's spent on destruction and murder. I've seen children's bodies blown up and shredded by U.S. bombs, dead babies starved. A toddler describes how an IOF shot his pregnant mother in the stomach and tortured his father to death. Snipers aim desperately at the starved people, going after aid, annihilating them. U.S. is even crushing bodies and destroying hospital solar panels with U.S. aid drops. Videos circulating of men bound, stripped naked, tortured to death as Israelis boast of their war crimes. Aaron Bushnell, Air Force member, decided to set himself ablaze rather than be a pawn in U.S. war crimes. His last words, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide. This is how the ruling class has decided will be normal. Free Palestine," he screamed as he burned to death. Our ruling class, our elected officials, bought out by the Israeli lobby, has decided that the people's voices don't matter, that the idea of freedom and democracy is a facade, that starving babies and bombing children is normal, that allegiance to an unchecked foreign government is more deserving of billions of dollars than dismissed veterans that exist in poverty and homelessness or invested in our own community. That ICL, who supplies white phosphorus, a chemical weapon that burns the flesh of Palestinian children and pollutes the land we live on, is normal. Our politicians make it very clear how normal it is that if your skin color is brown, then you don't matter, that violence and bigotry is normal, that mass shootings in schools and communities is normal, that Palestinian lives don't matter is normal. I don't want to exist in this state of normalcy. I want moral integrity and humanity restored. I want compassion, progress, and justice. I want an end to the bloodshed and the massacres. We see the corruption of those in power. This state of perpetual death and destruction funded by our tax dollars is intolerable. We will continue to remind you of our disgust in a system that's devoid of decency and morality. It's time to join the call for a ceasefire, as 70 city councils have done already. Until there is a ceasefire, there will be no peace. Liberate Palestine.
Hello. I appreciate all the support that I'm hearing about the atrocities over in Gaza, and I agree with them 100%. But my name is Greg Pellegrin, and I'm here to talk about I know it doesn't come up till later, but I got to go. The homeless?
Yeah, it's got to be till later. We got to be fair to everybody.
Well, okay. But you got it way down the list here, and it's real important for Lawrence.
We'll try to get it as soon as we can.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about homeless later.
Okay.
But I want to echo something that they said, and I think that young woman just made the Israeli-Palestine thing germane to the City Commission. That was a point of contention a couple months ago about the germaneness of that issue. Look at that. Look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The germaneness of that issue, if ICL is actually producing white phosphorus, I hope some of you guys are going to be looking into that. You should definitely be looking into that. And if it's being used for bomb-grade materials and you have any kind of investments in that, it is a germane issue to the city. And I think you guys need to look into that. And if we do have those things, we do have that involvement in that kind of war-making activity, you need to reconsider whether that's actually germane to the city or not. I had no idea about what a lot of things they were talking about, but that white phosphorus, I know what the hell that is.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. I'd just like to respond to those lies I've been on the community advisory panel for ICL, Astaris, and FMC since 1996. And I can tell you this, that ICL manufactures phosphoric acid, which is in the food, everything you drink, the pop. They have a food grade certificate. That's what they do out there. They have nothing to do with phosphorus. The plant next door, which is a separate plant and is owned by an American company, it handles phosphorus in its product, but it is not white phosphorus, and it isn't for war or anything like that. And the pollution in the river is none. ICL is one of the most environmentally green companies, and like I say, I've been on that cap out there since '96, and they have a monitoring house. Anybody can go on a tour out there anytime. All you got to do is call Shane Munch, and he will take you on a tour of that plant and the monitoring system that all the wastewater that runs to the river is monitored, and very strictly. And so this attack on the plant out there just because Israel owns the company is ridiculous, and the lies that they tell. So I can vouch for that plant out there, and they also are a business partner with Woodlawn School and the North Lawrence Improvement Association, and one of the biggest and best employers in the city. There is no white phosphorus or any material for war making at that plant. Just want to let you know that.
All right. Yeah. All right.
I knew I got thrown out for shit like that. What's up, folks?
So is there any additional public comment?
I didn't think so.
You're at somebody.
Okay.
I gotta go. I'm gonna say something. I know it's not time, but
No, it's, no.
I'm gonna just say something real quick about I'm glad that you've done what you've done as far as cleaning up the campsites and things, but something also needs to be done about the people who sleep in front of businesses right on Mass Street. Sometimes you don't know if they're sleeping or if they're dead.
Point of order.
Sir, you gotta go. I'm sorry.
Okay, well.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
And Mayor,
Yes.
point of order. Although you may not have seen it, I don't take too kind to members of the community assaulting and being verbally assaulting or being verbally and physically abusive to other members of the community. So I know you didn't see it, but I did see the exchange between Mr. Boyle and Mr. Aravi. So I just wanted to make that point known.
Okay. Please, let's all use our words. Thank you.
I'm speaking on a different subject than other public comment has brought up. My name is Dawn Hawkins. I'm here to urge you to pull from the consent agenda item, I think it's E9B, if I remember correctly, regarding the new Boston Crossing development.
That's going to actually be in consent. It's
I'm asking for you to pull it from consent.
that will be during consent. This is public comment.
Is there public comment that allows for a change in the?
We'll have public comment on when we pull it. I guarantee it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Not a problem.
Yes.
All right. And Sherry, any public comment online or in Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pull it back. We're on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion, approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any of the commission like to pull anything from consent?
Yeah, I want to pull E9
Quasi-judicial, okay.
for voting purposes.
All right. Anything else?
Mayor, can we remove E10 A?
Was that E10A?
E10A.
E as an egg, 10, A as an apple.
Thank you.
Okay. E9E and E10A. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Would any member of the public like to pull? Well, I guess that was the only quasi-judicial. That is
No,
pulled.
there's one other.
There's two?
E9A.
Oh, I'm sorry, E9A. Would any of the public like to pull any other quasi-judicial item?
Yes.
I think Commissioner Larson already pulled the one you wanted to talk about.
So,
Yeah.
you guys about to discuss it tonight, or?
Yeah, we're going to discuss it as soon as we get through this procedural thing. All right, not looking like it. Okay.
Move for approval of the consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Apologize. Sherry?
Yeah, there isn't anyone, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Move for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of E9B and E10A.
Okay.
Second.
Was that a second for me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. All right. We are on to, I believe, E9B. And Commissioner Larson, you pulled it?
Yeah, I just pulled it for voting purposes, and that's it.
Okay. All right. And there's no additional discussion or questions? Okay. Now going to, I'm sorry?
My understanding, since it's quasi-judicial, I'm not sure if Randy's on, is since it was pulled, you would have to disclose if you had any ex parte, and it would be open to public comment.
Okay.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney, yes. And you already disclosed ex parte communications. It would just be any ex parte communications since the last meeting. So if you have any, disclose them, and if not, just say you don't.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. I do not have any additional ex parte since the last meeting.
None for me.
None for me.
None for me.
I did attend a neighborhood meeting in the Barker neighborhood. They had numerous neighbors there to talk about the Boston Crossing project as a whole.
Okay. That being said, since there are no further questions on it, I will go ahead and open it up to public comment. All right.
Okay. Third time's a charm.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
The still growing group of folks that are highly opposed, most of the community, as it was laid out in our comprehensive plan, is opposed to development in this area. But our group just learned today that the second final reading was happening tonight. So so I represent a large group that learned about this afternoon. We should have been thinking about that. But I'm glad that you are at least considering discussing it a little further. At the March 5th meeting, I heard each of you bring up a concern about this project, but seemingly just as lip service, because none of you asked to be provided concrete information and documentation to support your concerns. I heard concerns about affordable housing, but none of you demanded a change to the plan to ensure the project includes affordable housing. It does not. I heard concerns about flooding, but none of you questioned the H&H study or requested updated information on new floodplain data that is out there and currently being studied by hydrologists and FEMA. I heard concern about the likelihood that there are indigenous child graves on the site, but you did not make the rezoning or the major change to the comprehensive plan contingent upon an archaeological study and report on this. One of you asked the developer about it, and he just said, yeah, we have a company, and then when asked, he couldn't remember his name. So there isn't even a record of who is allegedly doing this work. You made the incredibly uninformed and outrageous decision to change the comprehensive plan, despite the County Commission and the joint Lawrence-Douglas County Planning Commission's denial and recommendation for denial. This opens the city up to a variety of legal implications. After tonight, there are no more opportunities for public input. It goes, as I understand it, through planners and other people that just rubber stamp things. Tonight, you decide the fate of the Haskell wetlands, the Baker wetlands, neighbors who will see more flooding from the Wakarusa and Washington Creek, taxpayers who will foot the bill, and our indigenous cultural history and our responsibility to make amends to the Native peoples who continue to suffer generational harm and trauma that came from the boarding school that Haskell Indian Nations University used to be. This is it. I urge you to take up a more robust conversation about this evening, or schedule it to be discussed at another meeting. Get more input. Demand an environmental study. Demand to have a copy of the archaeological study that is allegedly being done. Demand updated information about what's happening with floodwaters, and particularly given all of the development that has happened already in that area. It's just unconscionable to not discuss this more, get more information from scientists, and perhaps allow...
That's time.
Thank you.
I'm here to talk about something else, but I would also urge you all to take that time to look into those studies. I think those are very important points, and I think once this development starts, it is very hard to stop those wheels turning. Now is the time to look into it further. Thank you.
It's not looking like any additional comment here in the room. Chris coming up. Okay. Sherry, any additional comment on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bringing it back to us. All right, and is it just kind of like last time? Just go one by one?
Yes, each one will have its own vote.
Okay. Any additional discussion from anybody?
Yeah, I guess I just briefly would add that the reason I'm voting no on some of these at least is because I do not believe it's that we should be building in the floodplain, especially in that area, which is such a significant river system that runs through there. So that's why I'm voting no on some of the items.
Okay. All right. Anyone want to get us started?
I can see if I won't mess it up this time. I move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10033.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 That's 5-0.
Could we read out that whole thing? I'd appreciate it if we would, for the record, on the next ones, read out exactly what we're changing or what we're voting on.
Okay. All right.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10034 for rezoning Z-23-00180, approximately 70.84 acres from AG1 district to OS-FP open space floodplain overlay district, generally located north of the Wakarusa River between US Highway 50 and East 1350 Road extended.
I'll second that motion.
All right. First and second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. That passes 5-0. Okay, the third one.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10035 for rezoning Z-23-00184, approximately 24.69 acres from RS10, TC, and AG1 district to UR district, the area including Kansas Highway 10 right-of-way.
Second that motion.
First and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Moved.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Was that 5-0?
I'm confused as to what are we doing?
Those 5-0.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to be rude or intrusive, but Commissioner Larson, you voted nay on all of them last.
No, she didn't.
Not every single one of them. No.
Except for the first two she did.
Yeah. I think that first one, when he read that, I got that confused because we didn't read the whole thing. So I do want to go back and consider that first one, if we can. I don't know if we can. We can't. because it wasn't read out and I missed it.
So,
It's been approved on second.
Been approved.
Okay.
We can't start picking and choosing
Okay.
parliamentary procedure.
so that,
Okay. You want to keep going?
Please.
so on that third one, I just want to go ahead and get the count. Was that 5-0 on that third one?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Fourth one.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10036 for rezoning Z-23-00297, approximately 10.54 acres from AG1 district to CC200 district, generally located along the east side of US Highway 59.
Seconded.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, passes 4-1.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10037 for rezoning Z-23-00298, approximately 12.75 acres from RS10 and AG1 district to CN2 district, generally located along the east side of US Highway 59.
Second the motion.
All right, first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose?
Passes 4-1.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10038 for rezoning Z-23-00299, approximately 11.46 acres from AG1 district to RS5 district, generally located along East 1350 Road.
Seconded.
Remember first and second. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose?
Passes 4-1.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10039 for rezoning Z-23-00300, approximately 24.48 acres from AG1 district to RS10 district and RS10 district to RS7 district, generally located west of East 1350 Road.
Seconded.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose? Passes
4-1.
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10040 for rezoning Z-23-00301, approximately 13.71 acres from AG1 district to RS10 district, generally located north of the Wakarusa River.
Second the motion.
First and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose?
Passes 4-1. Okay. I think that gets us to item E10A.
Yes, I just had a couple of questions for Leah in regards to the report. I first of all, love the report, thorough breakdown, and I think in some of the target goals and actuals, I just had a couple of questions that I think are germane to some additional items that are on our agenda for this evening. So I didn't know if Leah was available for a couple of questions.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm on Zoom.
There we go.
This is Leah, Affordable Housing Administrator. Hi.
Of course. Hey, Leah, one of the first areas I wanted to touch base with you on was let me get to the page, it's the goals. So it's page 9 in our packet where it talks about the first 5 goals. And there was one particular goal, number 4, residents living in housing in poor conditions have improvements made. And then if we look down at that metric, sorry, I hop all over the place. It's page 17 in our packet. I noticed that the goal was 70, but then there was 15. I didn't know if the board discussed any barriers to reaching that point. I think I had the questions about whether or not did that number include rental units or just, owner occupied, like how, ownership? What was that? I just curious to know some of the dialogue around that and that metric.
Sure. This is Leah Roslin, Affordable Housing Administrator. And as Commissioner Sellers stated, the goal, we're talking about goal 5, improve and maintain quality of affordable housing stock. Correct. Low and moderate income residents living in poor housing conditions have improvements made.
Yes.
So that is for renters or owner-occupied homeowners that are income eligible, meaning that they are at 30 to 80% area median income, and that they are residing in a capital A affordable housing unit. So the AHAB has not accepted individual, like resident applicants for owner-occupied units. So the way that we meet this goal is primarily through our nonprofit partners such as Habitat for Humanity or Tenants to Homeowners, who apply for the trust fund grant and then provide the improvements for units of families and individuals that they work with. And I would say that one of the primary barriers to us achieving our outcome goals is agency capacity. Okay. It just takes a lot of work, and the agencies have not been able to continue with the improvements that need to be made given the capacity that we have at this time.
Okay. Thank you on that. And I know when I was part of the Human Relations Commission, we had talked about in the early stages of adopting the strategic plan by the city, ways to collaborate. And I know that one of those initial conversations was around the source of income and how that processed through. And I know one of the areas that we didn't really get to is we talked about just the impacts of rehabs and how that information is communicated to tenants and just emboldening them. So I guess my question is, have you all been able to build upon those relationships with HRC? And do you feel like there are gaps as far as tenants being aware of their rights as it relates to, complaints about not just structural issues, but any type of things that could lead to other aspects of that could impact their quality of life as it relates to the unit that they're residing in?
Yeah, we have an excellent collaborative relationship with the HRC. When folks get to them, generally they already have an eviction notice or are behind in utilities. So although they sometimes will get calls related to just the condition of the units, usually they're working with folks because they're trying to keep them housed. I get a lot of the calls through the city when residents call and have questions or concerns about the condition of their unit. And sometimes the condition that they're concerned about is related to like building code stuff. Sometimes it's asbestos or black mold, more sort of health related and environmental concerns related to the unit. And I would say that we could improve upon communication with community members so that they understand their rights and the process to at least have their units inspected.
Okay. And then the last question I had was in regards to just the report, the support that we give as it relates to housing assistance. I know that the number broke down per individual or units. I was trying to find it real quick. And I know we broke it down just per unit, but I didn't know, was there a way to break that down as it relates to housing support and utility support? So a person may get, I was trying to find it, I don't know why I'm not finding it, but someone is getting support. What does that look, we kind of lumped it all into one, but what does that look like as it relates to average amount of support for utilities, average amount of support for housing?
The HSC is our partner that provides a majority of the supportive services like rental and utility assistance. I don't have the data that you're asking for in the annual report broken down like that, but I do have it in the annual report that they submitted to me. So I apologize, Commissioner, I don't have that in front of me right now, but I am happy to look at what that breakdown is and circle back if that would be actionable.
I think that'd be great. I know that we've had some off and on discussions about, funding and how funds are used for housing support, as well as discussions around utility assistance and whether or not we have capacity to broaden that program. And I think having that information would be greatly appreciated and helpful. So, thank you, Mayor. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, since this has been pulled, it's open for public comment. Not seeing any public comment in the room. Sherry, any on Zoom?
No.
Okay, bringing it back to us. Any further discussion?
None for me, sir.
It's a good report.
Okay.
Appreciative of it.
Yep.
Do we need to take a vote on it since it's received?
You do not.
Okay. All right. And that'll get me down here. All right, bringing us to our regular agenda item. Item 1, receive the update on the Lawrence Community Shelter Capacity Development, the Village Shelter Opening, North Lawrence Central Business District Camp Closure, and the additional police patrol presence downtown.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. If you give me just a moment, I'm going to navigate to the presentation. All right, and I think we're all good. Okay, Brandon McGuire, and I'm going to start our presentation. We have a few, I'm joined by a few team members, Misty Bosch Hastings and Lieutenant Rob Murray of Lawrence Police Department. And so we're going to go through about 11 slides or so, try to keep it as concise and brief as possible. But I'm sure that it will probably prompt some questions. Feel free to stop us in the middle of the presentation and ask those questions if you'd like. We could also wait till later and try to respond to them all at once. So at the last City Commission meeting, the Commission asked for an update on our homeless solutions initiatives and included some of our commitments and where we're going, what we're doing about camping, homeless response team, and downtown safety concerns. So I want to start by just reiterating our commitment. For the past several years, we've talked about this. The City and County Commission have adopted a joint resolution to commit us and guide us to this work, and we are committed to functional zero, achieving functional zero. And I don't want to go into too much of what's been presented in the past, but just a reminder, functional zero is achieved when our homeless response system prevents homelessness. And when it occurs, when homelessness does occur, we have a system that ensures that it's rare and brief. So that is where we're going. In order to do that, we have had to, and we continue to build capacity in that system. Lawrence is facing a housing and homelessness crisis. We have been for a few years now. We are not immune to some of those national trends, and I think everybody is here because they're confronted with that. And so we entered this crisis really with very little resources, very passionate people doing the work, but systems that were not prepared for this scale. So we have been building capacity, especially over the last year, and we continue to do that. And our goal ultimately is to end camping because we have that system that can help people recover from homelessness and prevent homelessness. So guiding us to accomplish or to achieve functional zero, over the last couple of years, we've done quite a bit of strategic assessment and planning. Again, I won't go into all of that, but to the point, it has brought us to where we now have a strategic plan in place. And so that is a forward-looking plan, about a 5-year planning horizon, and it's called A Place for Everyone. A final draft of that plan was presented to a joint City and County Commission meeting in January of this year. And so I'd encourage anybody who has not or is not familiar with that plan to go back and check out that meeting. and hear the presentation on that. In summary, A Place for Everyone provides strategies to help us achieve 5 major outcomes. Sorry, this is jumping around on me. The first outcome is one that's shared by both the city and the county, and that is equity and inclusion. And it's shared because equity and inclusion is the foundation for all of the work that we're doing in this plan. The second is led by the county, and that's focusing on developing our systems and data. The third is also led by the county, and that's focused on supportive housing. So really the county is leading what we call upstream solutions. And there's a lot of hard work and expensive work, obviously, as the plan reflects, to accomplish those upstream solutions. What the city's focused on is really 2 areas: affordable housing, which is also kind of an upstream solution in and of itself, and emergency sheltering and services. And so that is a downstream. We're dealing with the effects of homelessness. It's hard work, but it's not really proactive work. So this is why we're taking a whole system approach when we're trying to accomplish our goal of achieving functional zero and ending chronic homelessness. So we'll talk a little bit about how we plan to move our community from prolific camping to sheltering. We've been, the city, focusing on our sheltering and services commitments in the strategic plan. We've been working very closely with our lead collaborative partner, Lawrence Community Shelter, and very intensely over the last year. We've been focusing on making sure they have the staffing they need to scale up their solutions and meet the demand, the leadership in place, the governance with the board of directors, and also the facilities that they need to be successful and to be safe in this work. If you'll remember, about a year ago, LCS had the capacity to serve approximately 40 individuals. So that's 40 shelter beds about a year ago. They took a bold move, extended trust, and expanded that around this time last year. But I want to emphasize that between this time last year and tonight, we've accomplished 175 emergency shelter beds. And so I just want to take a moment and recognize the hard work that they have done. It is absolute hero work, and it should be commended. They took us from 40 emergency shelter beds to 175 shelter beds in 1 year. It's incredible. Part of that work involved the Village project, commonly known as the Pallet Shelter Village, but its proper name now is the Village. With that, we gained 50 non-congregate units. This is maybe the 3rd non-congregate shelter in the state of Kansas and the first Pallet Shelter Village. So that's something that we're very proud of. I know that we broke promises to the community when we said we would have it open in 4 months. We'd have it open by spring and by June and by September. And a lot of that falls on me, and I'll take that. But knowing, if we knew then what we know now, if you would have told me that we would have been able to acquire property, build a shelter, and open it within 1 year and gain 50 non-congregate emergency shelter units, I would have said that you're out of your mind. So that it is a big accomplishment, and something, again, that LCS and our partners should really be commended for. Looking forward, we have 40 to 45 additional non-congregate units that we plan to bring online at Lawrence Community Shelter this year. That project is in the works. It's still in early planning process approvals, but that project will be coming forward this year. And so that once that's in place, that provides the ability for Lawrence Community Shelter to provide night-by-night sheltering, a 30-day program, and a 90-day program for their guests. And so that really has created a pipeline, a pathway for people to recover from homelessness, because not everybody's ready to go from the street into 90-day sheltering program or into housing. And then I also want to take a moment to acknowledge it is still winter, I think for another day or two, but we had a really, I would say probably a historic hard freeze this winter and a long duration. I think it was in total about 11 days winter emergency operation. I think we did it better than we've ever done it here. We had 225 people per night spread out at 4 different sites, and they had mental health support, they had food, they had the resources that they needed, not just to survive the winter, but to actually come inside and stay there and stay safe without some of the incidents and concerns that we've seen in the last couple of years with our emergency sheltering operations. So that, again, really speaks to a coordinated community-level approach to this work. And again, I just want to commend the community and our partners for engaging with us and doing that work. So these are examples of the capacity building that we've been doing, and all of this has been accomplished in the last year. One of the other capacity building initiatives that we have going on is the homelessness response team. We were planning on a deeper dive presentation in April, but Misty is ready to talk more about that team this evening. And I don't know if she is here in person or if she's online.
It's right there.
Oh, sorry. So I'll turn it over to Misty just for a couple minutes of comments about that team, because that's kind of key to what happens next in terms of going in and helping take people from camping to shelter. So go ahead, Misty.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Trying to find the part where I was just talking about the response team. But basically, sorry. How about now? Better? Sorry about that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the approach we're currently taking to work through the camping ordinance. This is kind of preemptive to our homeless response team discussion, but I just want to say I believe in working with one camp at a time, and that's kind of what we're doing, is going through and working at one camp at a time allows us the capacity to support and give individuals an opportunity to recover from homelessness. We will take a compassionate and practical approach that focuses on walking alongside people and helping them rebuild their lives, returning to an area where they have natural supports, or finding them an appropriate level of care. This process will involve connecting individuals to shelter and gradually winding down camping, prioritizing larger and more prominent campsites before moving on to others. To be able to carry out this process, the formation of a strong and robust homeless response team is needed. I'm pleased to share that our Homeless Solutions Division is nearing completion of its efforts to form this multidisciplinary homeless response team. This team, led by myself and the division's homeless outreach coordinator, will comprise subject matter experts including mental health providers, substance use treatment professionals, peer support specialists, physical health professionals, emergency shelter staff, a SSI, SSDI outreach access and recovery SOAR trained benefit specialist, and law enforcement professionals. The goal of the outreach team is to engage individuals in a progressive engagement mode with the goal of securing appropriate shelter or housing. To prepare our team for this initiative, we are partnering with a team of program coordinators within the KU Honors Program to develop and administer training and homeless outreach best practices. This training will cover various areas, including housing first and low barrier practices, harm reduction, overdose prevention and intervention, trauma-informed care, motivational interviewing, boundary burnout, domestic violence and safety planning, CPR, and other trainings. The homeless response team will conduct street outreach 5 days a week, 6 hours per day, and will also be available as needed for emergent critical needs. I will anticipate returning to the commission meeting in April to expand upon the advancements of the homeless response team with our partners at the county and discuss how we're going to leverage each other's existing contracts to make this happen.
Thanks, Misty. And unfortunately, James Chisholm, our Executive Director of Lawrence Community Shelter, is unable to be here. He was on earlier, but has a meeting with a neighborhood in his capacity as director, so that conflicted. But he did share a staffing update. They have all but 2 positions filled at this point for the village, and left to fill, or left in recruitment still, are the village manager positions. There is an offer out. They had gone through the recruitment one time, and that didn't work out, but there is an offer now to a manager. We're optimistic about that. And then I believe a case manager also still in recruitment. So I think to date they've hired, or they have 8 DSA positions, 2 security monitors, and a case manager filled. As we've been building capacity, we've also continued our campsite cleanup program. The city does address vacant and new campsites as they emerge and pop on our radar. Some of this is report driven, and some of it is when our employees are out in the community and they notice that a new campsite has popped up. So we have a process. I think we've talked about that process with the commission, but basically we go in, notify individuals, if they're still there, that camping is not allowed, work with them on their options, and post notice, and then go back in and clean up anything that's left with the campsite. Over the past approximately a little bit over a year, we've done approximately 50 campsite cleanups through that program. And so I wanted to talk just a little bit about, just to provide some clarity, what do we mean when we say we're moving from camping to shelter and service? We're able to do this now because of the capacity development that we've been doing. Again, we're not completely built out as a system yet. There's still a lot of work to do, but we've built enough now over this last year with Misty here for 9 months, kind of leading that effort. James here for about 2.5 months helping with that effort, and then the efforts of LCS staff before, so that now we're able to make a concerted effort to wind down camping across the community. We are starting first with the North Lawrence Commercial Business District area, and so this is the camp around the river around Johnny's. And focusing there, Camp New Beginnings is now no more. It's closed, and those folks were connected to shelter and to service as of yesterday. That was the result of work that had been going on in the campsite, kind of the wraparound work that Misty was talking about. And so those folks are now in shelter. We have until April 15th for the remaining individuals, approximately 25, I believe, to access shelter also. And we'll be in there. Our partners will be in there working with those folks to get them out of camping into shelter where they can begin their recovery from homelessness also. And then following that, camping will not be permitted there anymore. We're able to do that under current ordinance because we have developed the capacity we need in shelter. And so we'll post signage there, we'll remediate the land, and there will no longer be camping in that area. Once we're done with that, we'll be able to move, kind of like Misty said, onto future campsites, working camp by camp across the community. We are going to be starting with some of the bigger, more prominent campsites, and I think we'll be able to see, pretty soon a reduction in visible street homelessness. So again, I want to just reiterate, our primary goal is to connect people to shelter and service as we do that work. Okay, we're joined, these are the last 2 slides, or I guess 2 out of 3, joined by Lieutenant Rob Murray. I've asked him to come and talk just a little bit about LKPD's focus on downtown.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to come and talk with you guys for a couple of minutes about the Downtown Public Safety Foot Patrol. And even though it's in this presentation, it's not specific to people experiencing houselessness or anything along those lines. What this is as long as I've been here, the downtown area has been a very important part to this community, and we want people to feel safe in the downtown area. And so we're looking at having dedicated resources down there. So in 2023, we kind of did a holiday season pilot program where we had 2 officers down there in a directed focused patrol addressing criminal activity appropriately. And during that time, they were mostly down there from 11:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the evening. We spent about 400 hours of patrol services. And during that time, we met with 491 businesses. We issued 167 warnings to people in education about laws and stuff in the downtown area. We just specifically, 19 of those warnings were traffic related, 2 were illegal camping, and 9 were alcohol related. We did issue 2 citations during that time and made 8 arrests. So our program goals, we want to connect with businesses and visitors. We want to have crime prevention, training and advice. We want to reduce crime and the fear of crime and disorder. Program overview, Patrol Officer A.J. Zarnowick and Patrol Officer Taylor Zook. They actually began on March 11th, being assigned specifically to the downtown area. They're going to work 40 hours a week with varied days and times. And we want to do that so that we can address activities as we see them. You know, if they're meeting with a business owner and the business owner says, hey, I'm having this specific problem at 6 o'clock in the morning when my employees are coming in, we want to be able to flex and be out there at 6 o'clock in the morning. Maybe somebody else is having problems with stuff that's happening at 10 o'clock at night. So it's going to be, we want to be able to be out there and be seen as much as possible within that amount of time frame. We're also working with having kind of a satellite little office down there where the officers will have a place to report right, where they can go in and do those things to keep them down there in there. We want this to be a direct connection for business and the community, and it's my understanding that the chief would like to continue this for as long as we have the resources to do it.
Okay, and just to wrap it up, I just want to reiterate our big commitments. What we're doing, we're building capacity in our homelessness response system so that we can end camping by connecting people to shelter and services, ultimately achieving functional zero where homelessness is rare and brief in our community. So that's the end of our presentation, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Okay. Any questions for Brandon?
Not this time.
Brandon, can you tell me how many camps there are that we have located?
In total, since we went live with our reporting tool, we had 223 reports received. 100 of those were duplicate reports. We confirmed 55 campsites.
And does that not include the ones we've already closed out, or?
Those would include that. So a lot of those reports came in through that reporting tool.
Missy, to follow up on that, how are we defining a campsite?
Usually evidence of sleeping overnight, a tent is usually what defines
So it's materials, not necessarily individuals?
Yes, yeah. A lot of times we do not find individuals there.
Okay.
Do you have a plan, a long-term plan as to how, you said you're going to work with one camp at a time. Do you have a plan as to how that's going to roll out? Is it so many per month, every couple of months?
So the plan is to actually engage with every camp every week. So what we're looking at right now is 3 days a week actively in the field with the different disciplinary team. So going out, focusing like maybe every Monday we're at Sandra Shaw and Bircham, and then we go through different camps on Wednesday and again on Friday, and just spreading that out and just continuously engaging with those individuals and doing that relationship building. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're looking at a single site. So being present at DARE or LINK and trying to engage with people there as well.
Okay.
So while we're there consistently, we imagine having supports within the community. that we can focus in one area at a time. So like we have 5 case managers from Burton Ash we're going to work with. So if we're working, say, at Amtrak as our first camp, we'll designate those individuals to continuously work with those unhoused individuals at Amtrak while we just continuously engage with everybody, though.
So do you see a time frame where each one of these campsites that you encounter, that you're going to provide some sort of deadline as to when that needs to happen as far as the camp removal?
That's difficult to define. It takes, I believe, 72 positive interactions with an individual before you start to build trust. That's not with everybody, and some people in these camps already have good relationships with some staff members and individuals that are coming into this in this team. It is really hard to put a number on that, though.
Missy, we know that the amenities that are at Camp New Beginnings are going to be rotated over to the pallet shelter site. Do we know if there's been individuals in other unsanctioned campsites that have utilized services like the laundry facilities, whatnot? How will we share information, or what would that look like for those who might have sought out those services? How would they be able to get connections to those?
So referrals from us to the existing services within the community, like at DARE, that's where they do laundry and have showers there available too. There's a large group of us that is going to take a field trip to Topeka to look at their mobile access partnership, their shower. We do have a community shower here, and we're trying to figure out how to put that together in one site at least once a week, maybe 2 times a week, maybe on that Tuesday and Thursday, and just kind of bring services together for people for that reason.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just quickly remind folks that even though you might be in the back of the room, when you are whispering or talking, the way the room is focused, it really makes it difficult for the commission to hear. So if you could just try to keep your comments or go outside if you're going to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Any additional questions? You look like you're pondering,
I
Commissioner
was,
Sellers.
but I'll wait till we reconvene for discussion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Hi. All right. Do I say my name? I'm sorry, I haven't been to one of these before. My name is Sarah Swan, and I scrawled this rapidly as I waited outside. After 18 months of being without walls and a door in the town I have rarely left since infancy, I believe I have a unique perspective on the 2 groups of people we are supposed to believe are interminably at odds. Unique perspective or not, I will be heard this time and in the future. My upbringing from preschool at Hayworth Hall to New York Elementary to be the first class that went all the way through Free State after it opened, and after jayhawking again as a young adult, that upbringing included many sheltering aspects that could have placed me into the mindset of those I am now here to combat. I could be fearful and deal in stereotypes. I could write off a whole segment of our population based on the loud and disturbing few. I could believe that the solution lies only in what the city, its officials, and the corrupt Lawrence Community Shelter have to offer or command. The truth is that most of us hobos and hobettes, as I like to call us, are under your radar, aside from smelling like campfire or carrying a heavy backpack everywhere we go. The truth is that we are living in harmony, some form at least, almost always, even under pressures and elements most cannot fathom. Looking out for each other, life or death. The night of my neighbor Vincent Walker's murder across from the library, the group Lawrence Cares sent out an email revealing the darker side of the housed community, and it's my dear hope that the Lawrence I know and love would want a more compassionate voice speaking for us all. The targeted choices made by Lawrence Cares and now Safeguard LFK, such as cherry-picking photographs of the worst conditions present in the woods where I built a home, and their paternalistic and dehumanizing language, led me to write what I will now read out, with hopes that a window into our reality can cure any prejudices present. On that night, I wrote this. I'm so angry about the wording and the audacity to come here where we live and in many ways thrive and paint it all with the nastiest broad brush. Maybe when the shelter begins to humanize us as adults in community, or the pallet village allows pets or felons to be present, they can have their way a little bit more. But we just don't want the help, right? Where are all the pictures of all that DB has done to improve our area, or the creative and resourceful construction AE has undertaken even after losing everything in a fire more than once? There are artists and musicians here. There are naturalists, caregivers, and comedians. People who are ingenious with mechanical things and others who understand human nature very precisely. This email sent by Lawrence Cares makes me sick, and I hope I can produce the time and energy to counter it with photographs of my own, of the beauty still present and created on a daily basis. They should be forced to answer for co-opting our losses in the name of disappearing us even further. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add, please be quiet while others are talking. Just give them the courtesy to go ahead and speak. Thank you.
You forgot her drink. I'm back. Okay, my name's Greg Pellegrin, and I really appreciate the people up here who have done all this for the camps and the pallet village and all that stuff. I know it's been a lot of work, and I think maybe if we would have gotten on top of this earlier, it wouldn't have been quite so bad. But let me just say, there are still people who don't want to live in that pallet village. I ride the buses every day. That's all I do is ride buses. I don't drive, and I hear people say, I'm not going to be there. They're going to have all kinds of rules for us to follow and stuff like that. So there's people that still don't want to be part of that. And one of the things that I wish we could kind of get under wraps here is people sleeping like just right on Mass Street. I don't understand how that's okay. We had a guy, there was a video of a guy who ran across 10th Street and started punching on this couple and stuff like that. And I just don't, I think if we had more attention focused on getting those people taken care of who are just, I called in one time, there was somebody who was sleeping right next to the bank, to the ATM right there where it says no trespassing. I called in and I said, there's somebody, and they're covered. I couldn't tell if it was a lady or a man, and they could have been lying there dead. And when I called in, they said, well, I did say there was a no trespassing sign, but they said that if they're not bothering anybody, and I said, well, they could be dead, and the dispatcher told me, well, why don't you go in there and check on them, make sure they're okay. Well, of course I wasn't going to do that. That's not my job. There had been people of that who have attacked other people and stuff. I wasn't going to do that. And I told them that, and they said, well, they'd send somebody down there, and I should just move on. I was there for an hour, nobody came. Now, nothing happened as a result of that, but it's just kind of that, just letting people be there in any capacity they want, sleeping right there in front of businesses, in front of the bank, and things like that. I don't know that that's a good idea. I don't know that I certainly don't think that's caring for them. I think that's ignoring them. And that's one of the things that I hope that the commission addresses here, that you can't sleep right there on the street. We'll find a place for you. The pallet village, the shelter. There's actually plenty of room out by the shelter for camping. You know, we're getting into warm weather here too, and at least they're close to something that can provide them those services. Anyway, it's just a suggestion on my part. I love this town, and everybody I know loves it, and I want to see it stay a great town. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jamie Jones, and I have some things to say about what's going on. I've seen it before. similar things. I hope you have housing before you start kicking people out of the camps. The options right now are not going to house all the people in the camps. You're saying you want what's good for people in the camps, but the housing options we have now will not house people in the camps. Affordable housing, are you working on that? I think it's just a bunch of like fancy words and just like words that have no backing. Anyways, there have been multiple cost-benefit analysis of housing for all versus police and surveillance and jailing people. Like Marielle said, homelessness is not a personal problem. Housing instability is not a personal problem. It's a systematic problem. We need to stop looking at the results of deeper rooted problems. We're smarter than that. It's a witch hunt. It is a witch hunt. Ticketing people downtown, people aren't going to be able to pay their tickets. So, and I saw somebody just recently with a speaker that didn't even have it turned on that got a ticket downtown that had some suitcases, so they're probably homeless. So you're giving homeless people tickets that it's just going to equal the jail time, which adds to the prison industrial complex, which people in power are benefiting from. I just think we have more compassion and an understanding and more education in this community than a lot of places. I feel like we want some of these people in power, some of the business owners and y'all want to believe these narratives because they support what is important to you. But we're all here. We all deserve a place. So where is the housing you're speaking of? All you're talking about is what you're going to do to them. Not all homeless people are on drugs. A lot of housed people are on drugs. A lot of business owners are on drugs. Just maybe better drugs that are more expensive. Just more expensive drugs, more acceptable drugs. A lot of housed people have mental health problems. A lot of people in houses have mental health problems. People with houses and money and power yell and fight behind their four walls. But we only pay attention to the people without walls. The reason they're out there is because of wealth hoarding.
Time. Thank you.
Am I done?
Yes.
And also, you need to shut down ICL. It's polluting North Lawrence, and it's a
time.
problem to use white phosphorus on children.
Thank you very much.
Lawrence can do better. I love you.
Hi, my name's Caitlin McDermott, and I've lived in Lawrence just shy of 20 years. I'm here for myself and also as a representative of the Ending Homelessness Research Team of Justice Matters. I understand that there are going to be business owners and other citizens here today to speak out against the county and city's strategic plan to end chronic homelessness, a place for everyone. I have heard business owners and other citizens say things recently like they should all be locked up, they should all be institutionalized, and we just need to get rid of them. This attitude is disturbing on many levels. I recognize that many of the businesses are focused on the amount of money estimated to implement this plan. Justice Matters was concerned as well and reached out and had conversations with the commissioners, and we were informed that a large part of the housing price tag would fall to developers, that there were federal dollars and state funding on which to draw, that there were funding sources and budgeted amounts already in place for some of the plan. And that perhaps most importantly, we were reminded and recognized of the cost of not doing the plan to end homelessness, but instead trying to manage it instead of ending it. Managing it means that the costs are never ending. With no plan to end it, we would be spending just as much or more without solving the problems driving homelessness. Without solving the problems, the numbers would grow as would the cost. I urge the city to provide more education to the community on the cost of the plan, most importantly on where funding sources lie, so that the community can see that it's not all on the back of the city and the county. I urge you to put up some figures on the costs that we have already incurred on trying to manage the problem instead of ending the problem. And to the detractors, I urge you to listen and be patient and maybe even get on board and help support the plan. The city and county are already taking steps. I can see them. Justice Matters members can see them. We ask that everyone take a breath. Support the comprehensive plan to end chronic homelessness in our county, in our cities. This is what we have all asked for. Now let's do the work to get it implemented. A place for everyone. I can't wait.
My name is Joe Cassad, and I'm a member of Justice Matters. I'm here today to clear up some misunderstandings about the costs of a Place for Everyone plan to address homeless issues. First, as the numbers have been circulating regarding the pallet shelter project. Most of the controversy stems from an article that appeared in the journal World on February 28th. The article actually did contain sufficient information for assessing the costs. However, the information was arranged with the most attention-getting snippets at the beginning and the clarifying data at the end. I invite anyone who has an interest in this topic to read the whole article and not just the first 5 paragraphs. The $40,000 per unit cost quoted for the pallet shelters includes the purchase of the land and upgrades to the site. These are permanent improvements that will add value to the land when it is repurposed by the city. The pallet village was never intended as permanent housing, and to divide the cost of the land up into these 50 tiny pallet structures as if they were permanent houses is hugely misleading. The land and improvements, as stated in the article, are 66% of the cost, which means the actual cost of the pallet homes is much less and compares favorably to other similar projects and needs to be considered in the context that this is not just conventional house building, but is a step in solving a long-term problem. Another number is the estimated total cost for the program, A Place for Everyone, and Caitlin touched on this, but just to clarify, this number includes private equity for building affordable housing units that will be privately owned. This is not a number that the city and county are going to pay directly. A large portion will come from private individuals. More will come from grants. This total also includes money that the city and county are already spending now, reorganized with the Place for Everyone umbrella, which could actually save money due to more efficient management and better cooperation. The last number is a number that doesn't get mentioned, and that is the cost of doing nothing. Numerous studies affirm that allowing a persistent state of homelessness is significantly more expensive for a city than a supportive housing scenario. The National Alliance to End Homelessness estimates that a chronically homeless person costs the taxpayers $35,000 per year. I welcome all who are concerned about saving money for taxpayers to join with me in supporting A Place for Everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. Nancy Snow. I'm speaking to express concerns on 2 points. One is the city's mandate that unhoused campers should be removed from the central business district by April 15th. The other is with the fear, panic, and hate-mongering that is evidently on the rise against the unhoused. As to the city's mandate, On December 16, 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to review Martin v. Boise, leaving in place earlier rulings by the Ninth Circuit that the unhoused cannot be punished for sleeping outside on public property without adequate alternatives. Although Lawrence is not in the Ninth Circuit, the ruling has national influence. The Supreme Court has decided to take up the case of City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Gloria Johnson to determine whether a local government can make it a crime to live outside and unsheltered when adequate shelter is not available. I've been informed that the Supreme Court will hear the case on April 20th. At this time, and I got this information, by the way, from the website of the National Alliance to End Homelessness. At this time, adequate shelter for most of the unhoused is not available in Lawrence, nor is there any indication that it will become so prior to April 15th. There is an estimated 175 beds, as we heard earlier this evening, at the Lawrence Community Shelter. Pallet Village has 50 places available. However, many of the unhoused decline to go to either place for any number of reasons, one of which is that they don't want to leave their pets behind. I remind you here that the unhoused are indeed people. They have choices. When one loses one's home, one does not also thereby lose one's legal or moral rights. This leads to my second point. The city seems to be engaging in legally risky behavior with the aim of assuaging some discontented business owners and possibly other rankled citizens in Lawrence. As regards the latter, consider the Facebook page, Safeguard Lawrence. Run by a single, very confused woman, this site is devoted to misinformation and hate-mongering, and I and several other people have reported this site to Facebook for violation of its community standards. The words and deeds of a couple of prominent business owners are no less suspect. They have engaged in name-calling and have refused service to the unhoused, even when those people are able to pay, and have called the police on the unhoused when kinder methods were available. They seem to be driving a move to get the unhoused out of Lawrence. Yet they have not, to the best of my knowledge, presented any data to show loss of revenue and clearly connect the loss of revenue to the presence of the unhoused.
I was supposed to follow her. My name is Trina Tinsley. I represent the JAX Project. We are a service organization that has been working hand in hand with our unhoused community members. These are my friends, these are my family members, these are our neighbors. Whether we like it or not, we don't get to pick and choose our neighbors. I'm speaking directly to you guys, but I also want my voice heard by these community members that are listening to the City Commissioners meeting. We really honestly haven't come that far as a nation if we're still trying to not accept people that are different than us. I understand that there are crimes happening in town. I understand that people are scared. I understand that. Everybody has a right to their feelings. I get that. I am a housed person, and I had crimes committed against myself and my son. We had a drunk driver hit our house. We were attacked outside of our house trying to get inside our home on Thanksgiving last year. Both of those crimes were committed by people who live in houses. Criminals have no gender specific, like it's not just unhoused people, it's not just Native American people, it's not just African American people, it's not just Caucasian people. We are all human beings. Commissioner Larson, you accepted an invitation to come and join us at the camp a little over a year ago. Thank you for your time in doing so. But you saw the amount of love that we're pouring into our neighbors, and I don't say that to pat ourselves on the back, but love is not that difficult, you guys. I'm sure everyone in this room has heard about the advocates that are working with our unhoused community members. The JAX Project has been strong for about a year and a half. We have a group of countless, at least a solid 20 people that work alongside us, and we're beginning to work with service providers that are already in existence here in Lawrence to help make sure that those services are reaching our unhoused community members. A lot of them haven't accepted those services because there's been such a loss of trust. And we all have to realize why? There were promises that were made, and I'm not going to rehash what we did wrong. I do believe we're doing a lot right, and thank you for those of you who have voted for those programs and who support the end homelessness for 2025. Okay, there's a lot of really good options now, but we also have to step back and consider, why wouldn't somebody want to go to shelter? It's out of the cold, because there's a lot of trauma that has happened when they've gone to shelters. A lot of things have happened to them. They get separated from pets, and I get it. Somebody's going to say, well, they don't have a house and they shouldn't have a pet. You don't have a right to say that. Some of these pets are their family members. They are their support animals. And I'm thankful for the Humane Society that is working with a lot of our in-house members who have decided to go to Pallet to shelter the animals, and I know that comes at a cost, and I'm grateful for that. Commissioner Sellers, I appreciate your voice over the winter time when you pushed for a decision to be made to allow us to open up extra shelters. And I know a lot of you supported that, or at least I hope you did. But it gave us an opportunity.
I'm sorry, time, Trina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
My name is Courtney Holding. I am one of the unhoused out here. I didn't ask to be out here. Chains of events led me to where I am now. I would love to be in a house to where, you know, I can shower whenever I want to, laundry, all of that. It'd be wonderful, and I know a lot of people out here would love the same, but we are looked down upon, and I understand, yes, we've had murders and different crimes happen, and I've lost a lot of friends this year. Sorry. I am also one of the, I guess you could say, leaders out here. I go out and I help everybody out here that need things and make sure that everybody's okay, because we don't really have anybody else doing it. Yes, I understand you have programs and stuff in, but 50 houses that you have to have requirements to get into, that's not fair. A lot of people have felonies. A lot of people have pets, like she said, and you can't have any of that there. So how is that helping anybody? It's not, and it's not going to. It's going to help certain ones, and that's it. You're still not going to end homelessness here in Lawrence. And I grew up here, and I moved, and I came back because I felt like I could be myself here, and I don't even feel that anymore. You guys, I understand some of you may support us, and some of you don't. That's your prerogative, but I want Lawrence to be back to how it used to be, to where people felt safe to be who they are and not judged by having a house or not having a house. Crime happens everywhere, and it doesn't matter whether you're in a house or not. Sorry, I should have. There's also the fact that apparently $2.5 million, is that correct, for the homeless that was granted or whatever? We should have been housed, not building these little shelter things that don't really have space for anybody to really live in anyways. Yes, I've been accepted into it, and I'm going to go through the whole course thing because I want to be in a home. I want a place to call home, and I'm not homeless, I'm houseless. There's a difference. I can build a home anywhere, just like any of you can. I'm houseless, and so are the rest of them.
Time.
My name is Guy Drum. In any perspective of life, there's a certain percentage of suck. Homeless, city council members, you put 100 of them together, 10%, 8% is going to suck. We're sorry. I work very hard on Mass Street to let people know that we don't suck. We are people. And I reap the benefits of that. But I could do 100 good deeds downtown, and one screaming person comes through and erases everything. We're sorry for that. But the last 3 years have changed my life. I've met so much beauty out in the homeless and the city of Lawrence, the citizens of Lawrence. It's not the city of Lawrence's fault that I made stupid mistakes in my life to get me here. It's not the city of Lawrence's responsibility to get me out of it. I really don't know what to say to you guys. I just know that if there was 100 of you, 8 or 10 of you would suck. It doesn't matter what. The last 3 years changed my life. That's all I can say. It's been beautiful. And I approach it in a completely different way than a lot of people do. No matter how grubby I am downtown, people still talk to me. I'm not going around screaming and stuff, but that's the percent that sucks. That camp, I will die at that camp if I have to. And I didn't choose to be here. I didn't fall out of paychecks. I was chosen to be here because someone's got to be out there to lift these kids up, to get them past where the hell they're at. They can't be 23 flying a sign downtown and thinking that's it. They got to look to the future. And so I will stay where I'm at. I will not go to the Pallet Village. I won't go to the shelter because I'm a felon. I can't go to either place. I will stay where I'm at because my people need me. Absolutely. And I will not fail them. By the time it's all done, I will change the world. You guys will see. We are people. Simple as that. I think maybe there's a possibility that some people could be jealous of the freedom we have. That we do. I did not have to get up and go to work at any time this month yet.
Time.
But I work all day.
Thank you, Guy.
Thank you.
My name is Colin Fowler. I'm a 38-year townie. I believe about a year and a half ago, we were here talking about what would be Camp New Beginnings. We were also discussing in that there was a $600,000 budget that, was being given to resource officers, and how this money being applied here to the homeless would be a joke. And it has become just that. You have failed to actually provide a safe place for anybody to come out of this, except what you guys dictate as, correct or how it's going to be. As far as police officers are concerned, or policing, I don't see them out there like that. I don't see them, the foot patrol. Apparently there's a bike patrol too. I've yet to see any of these people actually come into our camps and actually help, let alone police, keep any peace whatsoever. Decisions you guys have made have led to most of the, there's a lot of this, as far as the death is concerned, and half a dozen can be laid at the decisions that were made here. I'm not going to try to be monologue or what have you. I just want to say, if you guys are wanting trust, that's not going to happen. Maybe rebuild it, sure, but as far as having it, no, you won't. There's no reason for any of my people to believe for a second that you will actually have their best interest in mind, or even consider what they want to do, with the exception of a few, Mr. Allen, Pastor Phil, Mike. If you guys really want our two worlds to actually exist together without any more destruction or lack of unity, you guys are going to have to embrace compassion. Put yourselves in our shoes. Would you live in those pallet homes if you were told you had to? Would you camp? I don't think you would. Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Wanda Haney. I've been a resident of Lawrence for 49 years. 46 of those I've lived in North Lawrence. I'm also a member of Justice Matters. Justice Matters has been highlighting the importance of ending chronic homelessness for several years and have stood before you many times urging you to take action. It seems important to come before you today and acknowledge and thank you for the commitment you have made to implement the Built for Zero model, which is a long-term solution for ending homelessness. Members of Justice Matters community attended the release of A Place for Everyone on January 17th. We are encouraged with how comprehensive the plan is. It addresses both short-term goals, which deal with the immediate needs of our unhoused neighbors through emergency and transitional housing, and it also addresses long-term goals of providing affordable housing for the many vulnerable residents in our community who are barely housed. These hardworking residents often work more than one job to be able to afford housing in Lawrence. This strategic plan will positively impact many, many residents in our community. We acknowledge a plan of this size will take time to implement. That being said, we are reminded of the urgency for the plan to be in place. We have just come through another winter where our unhoused neighbors have been in crisis for survival, which is why we need a long, multifaceted, long-term plan. We urge the city and county to approve this plan and fund it completely. Lawrence and Douglas County have always been a special place. We have a chance to be a model for other communities, showing that loving and caring for the most vulnerable among us results in a better quality of life for all of us. Again, we support the city and county in their efforts to address these dire needs in our community through the plan, A Place for Everyone, and urge that you approve and fund it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Adams. I live out there by the north side camp, homeless camp. I started that place. A year ago, the city took over, and I was asked to step back. Since then, it has become a complete disaster. 7 deaths, 1 murder, 1 rape, 1 attempted sexual assault, 1 stabbing, and many fights. We had 2 heart attacks with health issues contributed to the environment. The city has failed us with support and getting housed. Dealing with the murder, one of us was attacked 7-1 at another camper's funeral and put in the hospital. They intended to kill. Then the threats that stopped donors, and we had to postpone a celebration of life for my daughter-in-law because of fear. We live in fear of retaliation. We live in fear every day because of this. What is being done about it? Nothing. There was attempted murders, serious bodily harm, serious intent to commit bodily harm. And is anyone in jail? No. Serious, and nothing is being done. Why? Because we're homeless? Or because the guy was native? We need answers. If the city wants our trust, they need to do right by us. People that threatened us, they even admitted it on Facebook. Even the cops knew that. But still to this day, nobody's in jail for it. That's not right at all. You guys need to do right by us because nothing about us without us.
Good evening. I may
stutter a bit owing to a traumatic brain injury. But I'm with Justice Matters as well. But today, I'd like to ask who is your neighbor? And I'm not going to quote Leo Tolstoy, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., but Mr. Fred Rogers, please, won't you be my neighbor? Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Cooper. I just wanted to underscore a few things that came up tonight. So for the last 3 months or so, I've been interacting on a daily basis with campers, going to the camps, providing any kind of support that I can. One of the things that Sarah said and the two gentlemen that came up a little bit ago was highlighting the amount of beauty and creativity and community and I think really importantly, self-determination that campers have in their communities that they've made. And they take a lot of pride in their community and the support that they provide for each other. That doesn't mean that when it's cold, or when you're hungry, but it does indicate that even in those harsh conditions, a lot of campers prefer that kind of creative outlet and community and sense of solidarity as opposed to what they get in the institutionalized options that the shelter in Lawrence is providing them. I think that one of the biggest things I see again and again is that the city continues to do things to unhoused folks instead of trying to actually reach out to them and collaborate with them as peers, as other humans. And that brings me to another point. I think that, again, a number of folks have brought this up. Lawrence Cares represents a bubbling amount of hate in our community. And I'll just say it, I think it represents a kind of example of the rising issues of fascism that we have across this country, that they are articulating an arbitrary other and then asking us to expel them or to concentrate them. And they are dehumanizing these folks and treating them as inferior, deficient, whatever. And that is not what I see. And it's obviously just not true. And ultimately, I think that the city has allowed for this kind of nascent fascism to be nurtured by prioritizing business interests and luxury apartments and the like, instead of prioritizing affordable housing, social services, the things that actually help people in our community. By ignoring the interests and the needs of our community in order to prioritize those others, the business and visitors that spend money here, we have allowed this to come to what it is now, and it's still happening. I see in the comments that some people have made. I think it's odd to talk about doing things compassionately. Or rather removing unhoused folks compassionately when they were only given a week's notice to vacate, and then they're just being displaced. It's ironic to see that happening while we're watching a genocide in Gaza of people being displaced as well.
David.
So
Thank you.
You all could do better.
Hello, my name is Rachel Schwaller. I'm a historian at the University of Kansas. I've been spending about the past year, almost a year and 4 months, recording oral histories from encamped populations in Lawrence, as well as doing archival work into the history of encampment in Lawrence. I ask you first and foremost to listen to the people who have already spoken before me very eloquently, who have experience in houselessness, not homelessness, houselessness. Instead of seeing homelessness, or especially encampment, as a problem to be solved, recognizing that the problem Lawrence has is a major wealth gap. not encampment. Lawrence has historically been a place of camping. This is especially true with African Americans escaping from enslavement in the late 1860s, as well as later with violence in the South. You can read Lawrence ordinances in the late 1800s and early 1900s about vagrancy, homelessness, which is what they called it at the time, about bums, dope fiends, and women walking after 9 p.m. on Mass Street. I say this last one so that we understand very fully that what we label people is not based on objective analysis, but instead on perceptions of what is considered to be appropriate versus inappropriate behavior. I ask the business community and the Lawrence Cares community, what are we criminalizing? We are criminalizing ways of being. The same way business owners complained about black shanty towns in North Lawrence, in the exact same place that Johnny's Tavern is and that Camp New Beginnings was set at, that there were what were called black shanty towns in the early 1900s, 1913, there, in that place. Brandon said, Tent City is no more. I've spent a year of my life there, which is not even as long as other people have spent there. That is not a good thing. That is an act of erasure. What I witnessed with the bulldozing was an act of historical erasure of people, of who they were, and of the community that they developed there. They have now developed a new community because they could not maintain the community that they could develop in Tent City, which is what they call it, not Camp New Beginnings, and so have moved those camps onto the levee. And now they are being given time before those are bulldozed as well. It is historical erasure that we're seeing. And we have continued to see this over and over again through Lawrence ordinances on camping, through Lawrence ordinances on vagrancy. You can track it in the historical record. I ask you to please listen to the people who have been here today. We do not have their trust at all. I hope that that is what you take away from this, and recognize that we have it in our ability to move that trust forward if we can. Thank you.
Hey there. My name is Brett. I am the executive director at the DARE Center. I just wanted just to highlight just the nuance of people's experience, just to help everybody kind of think through. I am all for people having a humane way to live. Do I think the camps are a humane way to live? I don't. I think people deserve more. But I also think that everybody doesn't fit into the blocks in the box that I think that they should. Typically, when I look at people, I go like, "Hey, like, I got married and I had kids and I got a house, and everybody else should fit into that box that I created." But as I've met people and I sit down with our community, I found that a lot of people just don't fit into the box that I expect them to, and they don't fit into the timeline that I expect them to, and they don't fit into the process that I expect them to. And so I was late to today's meeting because I met a guy outside of DARE who had a dialysis port coming out of his chest, and he is currently homeless, and he got kicked out of the shelter, and he doesn't fit into any of the other boxes that we currently have in our community. And so, again, we're working with him. I was working with Bert Nash, and we're all working together. And I'm grateful that you guys encourage us to have partnerships, and I'm really grateful for the city and the county supporting us. We have lots of meetings every single week about how we can do this better together. But I just wanted to highlight the nuance that goes into all of this work that we do, because new stories come up every single day. That guy we're trying to get him to the hospital, and then trying to get him to a mental health facility, and then but it takes time, and it's so nuanced that, again, we need caseworkers, and we need the space and time to meet each person where they are. Like Misty said, it takes like 72 positive encounters in order to earn trust. I've been at DARE for 4 months now. I'm getting close to that 72 for some people, but it just takes so much time to earn that trust, to be able to say, hey, you can trust me. I'm going to tell you the best thing possible available to you. But again, I'm grateful that this community is looking for ways to get people into to healthy and to whole places. At the same time, I read the Facebook comments of everybody that a comment yesterday was like just lumped everybody in and said these leeches shouldn't be, and they went on. And that comment had 49 likes when I screenshot it. So I just want to encourage people that there's so much nuance to people's stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you guys all right? Do you need a break?
Good evening, Commissioners. Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. I want to thank you for removing the camp behind Johnny's. And I'll just tell you that, the only ones, the local homeless, we support. I totally give out about 500 pounds of food out of my garage monthly to the local homeless. A lot of them over there at the city camp. And I have a person over there that is a camp resident that distributes it for me. So that's not the problem. The transients ones that come into the city that have no connection. And you can check down at the gas stations in North Lawrence, Presto Station. Go down there and ask the manager how many people come in a week asking for directions to a camp. And then since we got and I want to thank you for helping us get the transients off of the levee. Now that the levee has been cleared off of camping, it is utilized more for walking and kids and bicyclists and everything like that. And hopefully we'll get some trails between the river and the levee this spring is what Parks and Rec wants to do. That needs to be patrolled by the police department, the bicycle patrol. So these transients coming to town, I have to call the sheriff because new tents come up out by the Turnpike Bridge behind I-70 Business Park. And if you want to see a dump, go out to the I-70 Business Park out there and drive behind it. It'd be knee-deep the full length of the levee. And I've driven it from Mud Creek to the Turnpike Bridge, and it's like a city dump between the levee and the river. So it's a continuous effort, and the local homeless deserve to be taken care of first. The transients that refuse to get an identification, they don't want to be part of society. They don't want to do the rules and regulations that all the rest of us do. So, and I'll tell you this, the principal of Woodlawn School, she told me that parents didn't want their kids bicycling and walking to school anymore because they were approached by transients. I've got documentation, I got 30-some emails that document this type of action. Houses being broken into, doors being kicked in at a 900 block of Maple. It's not all of them, but it's the crime rate that has escalated in North Lawrence.
Ted,
thank you.
Okay. I think, do we have?
Yeah, I was waiting for Renfro to come in here and give his little spiel. I got something to say on this. The hate. It's all that was, what you just heard. A bunch of hate. Just like the guy telling me he was going to knock me out a little bit ago, but just like a lot of people have talked about, certain rules apply to certain rules, and he can laugh, but I'm going to put out the fucking video. And we'll see if anybody wants to do anything about it, because it was a fucking crime, Chief of Police. Problem is you want to criminalize everybody you don't like. And that's what the real problem is. This whole idea about criminalizing the homeless, you do not have the bed space. This little sleight of hand that happened tonight, you do not have the bed space. Not possible. What she just counted up, they said 175, and even if we added pallet on top of that, you're getting in the 225 to 250 range, including the ones that you're talking about putting out there at the shelter. The pick count was damn near 400. So you guys just going to go straight against the Grants Pass case before the Supreme Court even hears it? That is the most stupid decision you could. Why would you do that? Put yourself on the wrong side of a Supreme Court case that has not yet been decided. You don't know how that's going to go. So your city attorney's over here giving you that advice, and you've got your qualified immunity. You can do whatever they want to say, right? And it's all good? Is that how that works? Seriously. You cannot criminalize people without the bed space. You guys went out there and posted all these signs trying to say that people can't camp on CD property. The problem is you don't have the beds, so you're not going to be able to stop them. You're not going to be able to legally stop them at this point. Anything that you do, you're going to be risking a lawsuit. There are ACLU lawyers waiting for that to happen. Why would you guys join Grant Pass? Everything else that you're talking about is great. Building up, downline solutions, upstream solutions, all that is great. Even this stupid patrol thing to make people feel safe, because we got to feel how we want to feel, right? Because if somebody offends our feelings, we got to bring the law down on them. I don't have any problem with all that. I have a problem with the fact that you're going to criminalize them. Just like the one homeless jaywalking ticket. The one homeless jaywalking ticket that still was just magically gotten rid of because it was a homeless person, guys. Somebody talked about you needing to understand compassion. You really do. You need to understand what's going on out there. And the last 15 seconds, with all the hate in the room, why don't you ask Rick if he wants to come up here and talk? Ask him about the fight that happened at his bar today that didn't have anything to do with homelessness, and I'll be doing some digging on that one too.
All right.
Yeah, I saw the Lawrence Cares account, and I agree with a lot of it. And I just want to defend them. When I was a little boy, my parents took me to Chuck E. Cheese for my 13th birthday, and on the way there, we saw a homeless woman peeing on the sidewalk. Since she was a different gender, it traumatized me. I saw a vagina. It took me over 16 years of therapy to get over it. I'm afraid if I see someone pee outside or even a human turd on the sidewalk, that I'll have a mental relapse and the night terrors will return. We need the homeless out of downtown. The homeless are always drinking and doing drugs in public. The last thing we need is for a kid to see this. When I was a kid, I saw a homeless man shooting up in public. He looked cool, so I told my mom, I want to be like that stranger. She told me no, but I didn't listen. Then in school, my grades suffered because I was always high on crack. We need an education campaign to get people to stop giving the homeless food and money downtown. The shelter gives them food. They don't need any food from us. If they get good food from us and from the restaurants, they're going to keep coming back. If we can keep giving them ramen noodles every day, maybe they'll get tired of it and want to go somewhere else. Then we can give them a bus ticket and get rid of them. The people asking you to get rid of the homeless downtown care a lot about the homeless. I know this because they say they do. We all care about the homeless and have hearts full of empathy for them. We just don't want them in our town. Thank you.
I'm Chris Chapin. I'm a resident here, and I'm not going to take up 3 minutes. The thing I've not heard anybody talk about tonight is the cost of this. Everybody wants, we all want, somebody's got to pay for it. And things go great as long as there's plenty of money to pay for things. And my concern is that we get caught up in the compassion, and I feel badly for these people. I wish they could have a normal life. They don't. But it's a matter of economics, and I'm retired. If my taxes continue to go up to pay for this, I'm going to have to make a decision whether to move out of this town or not. And I love this town. I've been here for a long time, but this is a problem that's occurred in recent years. I know we've had the homeless problem, but when we start throwing money, we see what happens. People show up, and that's all I got to say.
Hello, my name is Patrick Ross. I was born and raised in Lawrence, Kansas. I'm a filmmaker. I live in Los Angeles. I did a homeless documentary in Los Angeles, and if you think you have problems here, you should go to Los Angeles. It's an immense issue there.
Sir, can you go ahead and just address this?
Yeah, sorry. I think it's a global issue. I think people should look at it that way. I think what I got from the experience of being around people that are experiencing homelessness or houselessness is that they are human beings just like you and I. And the moment that you turn a blind eye to the pain and difficulty, or even the story and life of another individual, especially human beings, then you are closing yourself off to a world and a way of life,
Patrick,
that will benefit yourself and many others. Sorry. I get really ramped up when I'm up here, so kind of like to engage with people. This is a very formal setting, and I think more people should engage in city commission meetings. I think there's a lot of beneficial information and education that happens here. There's a lot of passionate people here that would like to improve the city in a myriad of ways, and I think in the day and age that we live, any opportunity to be able to hear and formalize discussions on global and difficult issues is an opportunity that every citizen of Lawrence, Kansas should take up on every occasion. So I just hope that you think about all of these things that other people have said, especially people that have opposing viewpoints to yourself. And it's not going to be solved easily. I also hear that individuals are transported across the state of Kansas, and if that is happening and they are being brought here, then I would motion to people from other places in Kansas to aid and assist us, because the putting of a problem that is, again, a global issue solely onto us should be done in unity and with help from many individuals. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. I have a speech written out, but I'm not going to read it. There's been a lot of commentary tonight, and there's been a lot of good plans presented. I appreciate all the work the city staff's done to try and pave the way for a future that's going to be meaningful for this city. But let's not forget, we do have some problems here. I mean, I've been here since I was 17 years old, and this is one of the most dramatic problems I've seen since I've been here. The only one that rivals this one was when they burned the Union down and we had race warfare and we had martial law. That's what I'm comparing this situation we're in now, because it's getting worse. During the past 15 months, we've tallied 8 fatalities in these camps that are in place in Lawrence. 2 were accidental deaths, 3 were drug overdoses, and 3 homicides. Countless other incidents probably haven't been reported. We had a woman here just testify a little while ago about a litany of crimes that go on in this unregulated camp. So, I mean, that was testimony that she saw or knows of because she lives there. The city has allowed these non-sanctioned camps to be established, and they're expanding. I mean, they're just getting fuller and fuller and fuller. And it's got to stop. This is a breeding ground for lawlessness, and what we have is these deaths over 15 months. You're going to have more of it unless we get a handle on it. I want to thank the police chief for assigning additional security to downtown. Half a block away from my office the other day, a guy got blasted away on the street in front of the library. That's where families go and kids go. So we're experiencing this lawlessness that's just rolling through our city. We're losing our city's charm to this uncontrolled element of crime. I'm not saying homeless people are criminals. I'm certainly not. I served on this city commission and helped establish the Lawrence Community Shelter, both as a citizen and then after I got elected as an elected official. So I take great pride in that. I have compassion for people who are homeless. But we've got two different situations going on here. We've got an out-of-control, lawless situation, and we've got a need to house people. And so I'm happy that the pallet program got off the ground and was starting to be occupied today or yesterday, whenever it was. And I think we need to do more of it. But I would strongly recommend that the city continue to close these unsanctioned camps. Because there's just no rules.
Bob, it's time.
Hello, I'm Amy Homer. My thoughts are going to be a little scatterbrained tonight. I had a full day at work, was helping someone who's in the first week of experiencing houselessness, fallen through the cracks, which means that I'm not concise. I'm very emotional right now because that should not be happening. I do want to say, Lawrence is my home. I've lived here for a bit now. I did grow up around Kansas City, and it's been very startling to me how surprised people that have lived here their whole life are by homelessness existing. Because, I just saw that every day. That's what happens when you have a lot of people together, unfortunately, given our systems. And we are seeing, increasing rise in homelessness as affordable housing diminishes, as wages don't keep up. The fact that we have community shelter workers also worrying about homelessness is a testament to that, and those wages not working out. And so I guess I'm just very surprised by the mentality that this is like a Lawrence issue, like Lawrence has done something wrong and now they're homeless people. Like, this is a very large problem, and by existing in this country, you are going to have this problem. And so, the rhetoric we're seeing that's very much like, we need to get them out, we can't let anyone come in. I'm not really sure how you track who belongs and who doesn't. That's getting into some scary territory from what we learn in history or what we see with queer people today. But I do really want to emphasize that, yes, this is like a very large problem. And there's a lot of research that we can be learning from. I mean, the last 2 years, unhoused folks have been coming in saying, this is what we need. You know what? This is what we need the city to do. And the city has not really listened. The city has come up with other plans, and some of them are working, they're not all bad. But you need to listen to who's affected the most. I have lived out of my car before. I have been homeless. I could have told people what I needed, but I fell through the cracks. And I really just hope that you will listen to more of what the people experiencing this are saying, because the people closest to the problem are closest to the solution. And this isn't a Lawrence problem. This isn't something we can just make go away. This is going to be here, but we can work to make the situation better. And I hope we can continue doing that and get better at that.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Chuck Maggerl. I'm here as a Lawrence resident. I do serve on the board of the Lawrence Community Shelter. However, I'm not speaking in that capacity. A lot of the things you've heard tonight are very important bits of information, and a lot of the steps that the city has taken in the last year and a half are very important steps. Some of the hires that have occurred are exactly what needed to happen and are pointing us in a good direction, but we've got a long way to go. And I think if we're anticipating that the steps that have happened to date are adequate, we're going to be surprised. Our cost is going to go up. At the same time, I think we need to have some level of setting of goals, setting of standards, expectations of accomplishments. And that happens not just from the agencies that are involved, but it happens from the citizens and the people that we serve in this community. At LCS, we have received a substantial amount of funding to allow us to expand and to create the services that we know we need in the community. And it's tied into a specific bed count, which we have been able to achieve. That bed count has allowed us to achieve what we're talking about with the clearing of the camps in North Lawrence. We have that and comply with, whether you want to call it Boise or Grants Pass. To hear that we're talking about something that's contrary to that, I don't understand that logic. We're still fully in that compliance. However, I do think we do need to be prepared as a community for what happens with that Supreme Court decision. We've had good laws in the past, and those laws may have an application for us should the Supreme Court rule in a manner that allows those laws to return. So I think that's something that should be considered by this body in the coming months. Really, I think the main thing that I would cite is a challenge for us. One of our challenges at LCS, we're charged with prioritizing services to Douglas County residents. And I think that's entirely appropriate. I think that's something that we really should have throughout our agencies. But that's a challenge, and that's one that we're going to have to come to grips with in terms of how we identify that and where we take that going forward with our programs and services. Thank you for your attention to this situation. I agree that this is something that is of major importance to many people in our community, and I trust that you will have a wise input into that process. Thank you very much.
My name is Jane Bateman, and I've had so many thoughts tonight, I'm not just sure what I'm going to say next. There are some people who have spoken tonight have real difficult lives right now, and I can hardly understand that because it isn't the way mine is. I like having a shower in the morning. I like having clean clothes every day, choice of what to wear, not having to take it with me every time I move around. So there are some difficult lives happening right now. I think the city has done some good things in finding some of the directions that we're going. We're finding ways to have people come together, maybe to find counseling, to help them find housing. But all that takes so long. And we need to do it, and we need to do it right, but we need to do something right now as well. This is the community, this is the United States based upon laws. I had to stop at stop signs on the way down here because there was a stop sign and there might be another car. We raise children and we don't say, okay, you can do anything you want. You can run outside and go to the bathroom wherever you want. Everybody has rules that we need to follow. And I think that even if you're unhoused, you need to follow those rules as well. So there needs to be a place for people who are unhoused who want to go, I guess. I don't know what that is, but there still needs to be rules that they are following. And as a city, I think that you need to enforce those rules, which includes camping downtown. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, got another one.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Bonnie Lowe. I serve as the president of the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. I want to say thank you. Again, thank you for doing the hard work in this space. We appreciate the closing of the sanctioned camp with plans to close the other while identifying shelter for these individuals. Not allowing camping in the central business district is another positive step in this process. We are also pleased that data is being collected to learn the number of others outside our county who are relocating to Lawrence. Services should be used for our citizens, and we suggest a plan to address those who have only recently arrived. A sincere thanks to Chief Lockhart and the Lawrence Police Department for reinstating the downtown foot patrol. In addition, the detectives who have identified those responsible for deaths in our community deserve our gratitude. Thank you also to the first responders and to our elected officials and administrators. You have all worked tirelessly to provide solutions to ensure we have a safe and vibrant community. The business owners are compassionate people. They and their staff, too, deserve to feel safe and operate their businesses that enables them to give back to the community we all love. Thank you for your time with this important conversation.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm Jean Milstead, and I think this is a very compassionate community made up of a wealth of agencies that are there to assist us or those in need. And I think we lose that compassion and that willingness to help when there are two sets of standards and rules. We've heard a number of people tonight talk about how we're all people and we're all alike. And that's true. We're all human beings. I'm expected to be responsible for myself. I'm expected to obey the laws. When I don't, I have to pay the consequences. And right now in our community, what we're seeing is two different sets of expectations. And that needs to change. And it looks like that is beginning to happen. And I'm so grateful. But we lose that compassion and our willingness to want to help more when we have to abide by two different sets of rules. Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any public comment here in the room. Okay. With this, I'm going to take a break because we've almost been here like 3 hours. So before we go to public comment on Zoom. So coming back, it's 8:41. All right. All right, since we have everybody back, now we will go to public comment on Zoom. Sherry?
Kevin Elliott.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, someone said one loses compassion. I don't believe one loses compassion. I believe one trades it for privilege. Criminalization of poverty does not decrease poverty. It increases taxes. I'm grateful the city has someone like Misty working on solutions. I'm grateful for Pallet. I'm grateful for the expansion of LCS. It is less than half the puzzle. We need all the pieces of the puzzle to put this together. But I've seen a lot of hate lately, and I'll tell you, hate is stupid. I'm not one to proselytize, but I've been thinking a lot. Jesus had a bigger problem with believers who hated the poor than he did with non-believers who loved the poor. Hypocrites, he called them. The city does not have enough beds, and any suggestion to the contrary is a bold and dangerous lie. The rhetoric we've heard tonight, we've heard before, most recently in the 1950s against segregation. People said blacks were criminals and we need to be segregated because of crime. People said African Americans would spread disease and we need to be segregated from public health. People like the White Chamber of Commerce, the White Downtown Business Association. This may be a different decade and a different population, but it's the same people saying the same things for the same reasons. And I'm begging you, rise above this rhetoric. Thank you.
Jen Woolsey.
Hi. I want to take a moment to go down history, let's go through history, because I know I was there. Some of y'all were there. Brandon wasn't there. He was there, but he was not in the decision making at that time. That was when Diane was there actually making decisions on this. So there's a couple corrections I want to make. First of all, prior to, March 12th, 2023, I do believe, is when the winter shelter closed and Lawrence Community Shelter went ahead and raised their capacity to 125. So that was a little bit more than a year ago. Prior to that, they had 60 beds. They actually had that in agreement as of summer of 22. So I'm not sure where that 40 came in. But I wanted to give credit to LCS because LCS has been doing an amazing job. I also want to make sure I start off by saying I support Misty. Misty's doing a great job. Misty's got a hard job. Misty is doing great. So this is by all means not a complaint with Misty whatsoever. I guess I'm one of those people that started the support site. It wasn't called New Beginnings at that time. I think it's important to remember why we started that. When I came in May of 22, there was camping in every single park. We're not talking just about Bircham. We're not talking about Sandra Shaw. There was a camp in every gazebo, pretty much. Centennial, Clinton. It didn't matter where you went, the train park. Every single day, I was getting a call or city manager's office was reaching out to us saying there's a camp there. And so what started the support site was because we said we need one area that people will be allowed to camp at to try to move them from the parks. I will say that the North Lawrence campsite, Tent City, I refer to it as Tent City because that's what the people call it, that it did fulfill that goal. I don't think that there's been people camping in the train park for quite a long time. Maybe here and now a tent will pop up, but not living in it like they were in 22, if anybody can go back there. So the Tent City did what it was intended, but I also want to remind everyone that we all said, do not make it permanent. We also said, do not make one location. We said the worst thing you can do is to put 90 plus, 50 plus, 40 plus people that are in trauma, in crisis, all in one place. And so subject matter experts said have several different locations. But of course, that was decided against. I'm not going to rehash that part of history, but I just wanted to remind people why we got there. And then I also want to say that camping is not the best option.
Time.
The intention was
Time. I'm sorry,
Thanks.
Jen. Thanks.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
All right. Bringing it back to us for further discussion. What's going on with this thing?
I have a couple of questions. Since we have Brandon and legal here, and I know several folks have alluded to the ordinance 9754. So walk it through as if I was new to Lawrence and was hearing about this. What is happening with Tent City and its relationship to Ordinance 9754? And that can be.
Do you want to? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Laura Graham, Assistant City Attorney. I'm not quite sure, Commissioner Sellers, that I understand what your question is. I mean, if you're looking at a timeline or what the plans are, that might be better directed toward
I think
Misty
in
if you're wanting
relation
to
to the
know
timeline, I think what folks are, what we're hearing and what has gone back and forth is in regards to the aspect of the commercial zoning aspect of it, and with the closing of Tent City, the timeline of closing Tent City, and how that relates to other aspects of camping. So I know it's in relation, so just that relationship.
Okay.
Brandon McGuire, sorry, I thought you were asking for an interpretation of the ordinance, Commissioner Sellers, my mistake.
We're going to get to that, but not.
Okay. Misty, do you want to walk through that? Go ahead, please.
So I'm actually not familiar with that ordinance. I look at the code, the 14470, I believe, that says as long as we have beds available, camping will be illegal. So when we talk about systematically working through different camps, that's done for a couple reasons. One, because we don't have enough beds to shelter everybody right away, and also because the beds that we do have are not suitable for everybody that's sleeping outside. So it needs to be staged in a manner that we can go into one camp and work compassionately with them to try to find alternatives to shelter or housing. We are going to have to be really creative because of the lack of housing here, and that may mean, looking to other areas while still providing case management or whatever it takes to connect people back to their natural supports. Everybody's going to have a different solution, but the point is that we want to focus one at a time on each camp and be able to wrap around them and do what it takes to end their homelessness.
Right. So to your point, yes. Section 14-417 of the code, I'm looking at Section C where it says it shall be illegal to engage in camping on any public right-of-way or public property located within the area of the city zone CD as defined in Chapter 20 of this code, unless there is no overnight shelter available to the person camping therein, and such person remains on public property. And so what's happening in Tent City and the enforcement of that, but that does not change camping enforcement as we navigate through this space? So I guess that's my question, because I think some folks are maybe conflating that once Tent City is closed, any type of camping is subject to.
Yeah, that is not the goal. Yeah, that's not the goal. The goal is to work with the unhoused. And to enforce that, like, we have to have the bed space. And so, to work systematically, one camp at a time, so we do have the bed space, but it is not the intent to go just enforce that law all over the city.
Okay, thank you for that. My other question, which has to do with reporting and funding. I know that there's a hearing coming up for an identical Senate bill, which there was a hearing a couple of weeks ago for the House bill and related to funding that was brought on behalf of some Wichita folks. And I know that we signed on to some letter, or at least our name was listed as a supporter for such legislation. What are you hearing about that, and what do we know? Can someone just give an update? I noticed that we didn't provide testimony for the first one. Is there anticipation that we're going to provide testimony for the hearing tomorrow, or has there been discussions to?
I don't believe we're
advocating on our behalf for that, or at least are they advocating on our behalf for that?
I don't believe we're going to provide testimony for that, but I think the hesitation for a lot of cities to move forward with that is because there's not a lot of clarity around how the enforcement piece looks, right, and how the services look. So until there's some clarity about that, I think I would be hesitant to sign on. It sounds great. We would love to have a dollar for dollar match and build a family shelter that we need terribly. But until there's some clarification, I would be hesitant to sign on for that.
I'll follow up with that in discussion. And then my last question, in regards to pallet shelter, those who are there, will they have a mailing address?
Yes. Yes, I'm blanking on how that was done, but there are unit numbers on the pallets. I don't recall if that's how it's being done or if it's just one address. Okay. Kind of like if they're at the shelter, it's that one address. I'm not sure.
If they wanted to establish mail, so if they wanted to get their birth certificate, or as they're transitioning and becoming gainfully employed, they would be able to have an address to utilize.
Yes.
Okay. I have a follow-up to that later, but thank you. Thank you for these questions. That's all I have, Mayor, for now.
I just had a follow-up, and just could you reiterate to everyone what will be consisting of the population at the pallet shelter village?
You mean the priority?
Yeah.
Is going to be veterans, disabled individuals, elderly, and individuals that have experienced domestic violence and chronic homelessness.
Misty, follow up on the homeless response team. I know you're going to present that later. It sounded like, as you listed all the members, that was 8 members, and then you mentioned 5 Burt Nash people, so that's in addition? So
yeah, that's completely separate. So historically, we had contracted with Burt Nash to do homeless outreach, and we have worked with them on this effort and kind of realized that having to do outreach and case management is tough. So we want to lead that outreach piece and try something different. Feel like it's time to do some things differently. So we will contract with Burt Nash to do the case management piece, and we haven't completed that contract yet, but in our last discussions, what we have identified is that we will refer individuals to them and help them they will carry the caseload of the individuals that we're working with.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yep, absolutely.
Misty, can you just touch on some of the conversations we had, clarify what you just said specifically as it relates to how we're going to try to get people into more suitable and reasonable and humane shelter, we'll call that, other than camping on the levee in a district, moving them from some point to a place where they can start receiving services. We talked about starting with the camp in North Lawrence, and then also the potential notification, 30-day notification for the unsanctioned camp along the levee. So there's a certain number of people, a population, that will be able to be served by pallet from that group of people, both the sanctioned and unsanctioned group, correct?
Yeah, so there was a portion of those individuals, a little over 50%, that moved into pallet yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that we were full, basically.
At pallet,
based on...
We are not.
We are not full. So when
No.
do you anticipate getting to that point based on the standards we have currently, and then should we need to change them for some reason in order to allow another population of people to have that shelter?
Yeah.
How soon will that take, you think?
Well, I would say by the end of, I believe in James's update, he thought that by the end of next week, that pallet would be full.
Okay. And then, so that's what you're referring to, that pallet was full by the end of this process. Okay. And then, so people are concerned about us inhumanely and uncaringly moving people around town, from one place to another. I think we all understand that that the camping in downtown is obviously a problem, but there's lots of camping going on in the parks throughout our community still. There may be small groups of people which nobody notices, and they're fine, and they're cohabitating with their neighbors just fine. You get groups of people that do not choose to cohabitate with their neighbors and cause the trouble, as somebody pointed out, somebody's the outlier of the group. But where are we going to go with that process once we reach out and help the people in North Lawrence and then to the Santa Fe side, assuming we have the capacity, according to what we've talked about, we have the capacity to move forward. There's not a question of if we do. Now, there are questions about whether we have the capacity to house every single potential unhoused person in Lawrence. That's a rhetorical question because we really don't know the answer. But some people think we can't. Some people think we might be able to. But realistically, we're talking about a time frame of months to get this accomplished, if not longer, because we still need to have the bed capacity in order to comply with the potential lawsuit that would be served if we do not have that space, correct?
Right, and we also need to realize that we need the housing capacity too, because we're going to have a bottleneck at the shelter if we can't find appropriate housing for people.
Right, and so the shelter's really not what I would want, where they want to remain, but we have to start somewhere. So,
yeah.
Point A is doing this activity, and then point B is doing some other activity in the community where we have other people who we could serve and allow them to be put into our process of getting the help and the aid that they need, the housing they need. But that's not going to be restricted to if we can't serve them all, we're not going to do them all. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, I want to make sure that's clear to everybody. That is not going to happen, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I also want to clarify that this, what we have here in Douglas County is not the only options for individuals. We know that we have veterans out there that there are programs in Topeka that house veterans that are homeless. So it's just getting folks connected to appropriate resources with warm handoffs and making sure that we stay involved as long as it takes for that individual to get reaccustomed to their new setting or whatever we need to do to make sure that they're successful in new houses. And that's just one example. There are other options. We know that we have individuals that are unsheltered that have IDD, intellectual developmental disabilities, and the state provides waivers and services. And a lot of things that happen are people just aren't connected to the resources that rightfully theirs. And so that's when I say walk alongside these individuals, that's exactly what we're going to have to do. What we're starting with is today, we had 2 city staff out there engaging with people, trying to make a list of who we got. The next step is going to be a survey that I and some other professionals have developed of trying to identify needs and strengths and choice. And so that when we're working with people, we can try to identify where they might fit and what resources might be available to them. So 30 days to get that done is going to be pushing it. But, we do have a lot of great providers in this community and advocates that and community members that are stepping up to help us meet that goal.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much.
Missy, we had some folks bring up residency. Do we, in addressing houselessness, is there a definition for residency and residency requirement for services for those experiencing homelessness?
By who? Definition of by who?
Right.
Yeah.
There isn't one, is
No.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Misty, thank you again for all of your work on this.
Bart, can I?
Yeah.
One thing that I will say is the $40 million that we were just talking about, their residency says 8 months in Kansas, or
As we related to the bill.
Yes.
But not
we don't
any
have
organization, entity,
Yes.
whatnot that currently provides services has a defined term for residency requirement.
That's correct.
Neither does our Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition. Has any language on services and residency requirements?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just wondering about anticipating updates. What kind of schedule are you guys thinking about in terms of, updates or, kind of, I know that overall, with the Place for Everyone, we have a global plan, but if we can dial it back to intermediate, benchmarks or goals that we want to accomplish and, kind of, extol our successes, if you will.
Yeah. So we have been working with Amy Roust in the city's GIS department on developing a dashboard for housing folks and kind of like a storyboard. And so once our team gets rolling, I think we will have a lot of updates on that. Another thing I've asked for is a podcast so that we can start sharing those success stories that we have. I've heard several of them, and those aren't the things that we typically hear, and those are the messages that I think that our community needs to hear. I just got a picture yesterday of a lady who was at camp and has 8 months of sobriety and is 2 months pregnant. And she was sharing that with some of us. And so, there are successes. And she did move with family out of state and got a new start and has a job. And, hearing those stories from the individuals, it would be awesome. And then also hearing stories like from Brett at DARE and hearing his successes and the things that he's working with. Those are the kinds of stories that we would like to share with the community too.
Thank you.
So Missy, I appreciate it. Brandon and Missy, I appreciate this presentation. I think, as we continue to go, as a community, we are stretching, and hopefully all are learning. This is nuance for some. Some of us have had proximity to this more than others, and we're going to continue. And like commissioners have said, and the mayor said, this is difficult work. It's going to continue to be difficult work. It's going to be difficult work because we're filling a big gap. Until we can acknowledge that we are filling a gap that this country and this state and legislators, elected officials, all of us, we've failed. We failed, and now we're trying to reconcile that failure. And so you are on the front line of it. Most of our staff is on the front line of it. And so when we can acknowledge that, then we can start, I think we will start to see a little bit more cohesion and synchronicity in this work. I think Mr. Kevin Elliott said it great. I don't think people fall out of compassion. It might be a little bit of privilege. And I talk about caring and believing. And there's folks that believe in combating houselessness, and there's folks that care about it. And those who care, they recognize it, but they may not want anything to do with it. It's the folks that believe that are willing to give the time, talent, capacity, treasure to do the work. And we saw a little bit of both tonight. They're not competing values. And when, as a community, we learn that it's not a competing value, and that we need more of the believers to be this around the work, and we need to elevate believers and just recognize that those who care about that space serve a purpose. Like I said, the work will continue to move. So, I mean, we have a lot. There's conversations about legislation. I get it. I do have concerns about the legislation. I think the funding is what we need, and that was stressed. I would like to see us offer some friendly amendments. I think they would be friendly. I think there's several municipalities in the first hearing that I watched where folks were very adamant about the language in there about criminalizing and enforcement of campsites. That tells me that we're still failing to see the bigger picture, and that this is one piece of the puzzle and the continuum that we're trying to address. So I would like to see at least us offer some friendly amendments, and if I can float my thoughts about what a friendly amendment would be, but I think, anything around removing that language. I know the Senate bill that has a hearing tomorrow has the same exact language in it. I don't know what they hope to accomplish with that, but I would hope commissioners would be open to that if we believe that that's good, sound policy that we want to be able to be a part of. I would like a little bit more information about the address component for those who are in pallet shelter, because I want folks to feel empowered. Having a home is a step to reestablishing rights that they didn't lose. It was just diminished. So I want folks to be able to have an address. So if they want to get a job, get something mailed to them, register to vote, that they have that. And they have that because they have a home. I love the idea of the podcast. I just don't want it to tell stories. I want it to teach and educate. Most of our podcasts that we love, they give us a little gossip, we get a little tea, but we also get education as well. So think about building in that education component and elevating the work of your department, a place for everyone, different aspects of understanding pieces, while also having those stories, because that's going to be, I believe that'll be very foundational to the work. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with some competing values and othering, and it's just going to be for a while. And I get it, I mean, I've invited staff from where I work. I've had friends come through in and out. We've talked about some of the situations that have gone on downtown. And I hear it time and time again every time I go home to Wichita. Man, I love Lawrence, and I love your downtown. So people outside love it, and I want us to love us in the community to love it just as much as those outside the community. But we got to get over this othering, and I always get a little bit squeamish when I hear folks use hyperbole around racial issues to talk about human rights issues. And if we can talk about proximity of human, and we use it based on proximity. So, I mean, if we can use race relations to talk about homelessness, then we can see the parallel in talking about a genocide that's happening across the country. But, I mean, it makes me itchy a little bit when I hear stuff like that, because I don't think we have to go that drastic. This is just about human right. And we shouldn't criminalize any of this. I don't think that we're doing it. yeah, we do have a lot of work to do, but I'm loving what I'm hearing, and I think I'm going to hold us to a fire bit. Oh, the Burt Nash piece. I will, you know, I have asked about the Burt Nash funding, and so I do want to, I look forward to seeing that, because if we're taking aspects of work away, then I want to see what that looks like as it reflects to funding allocation and whatnot. So, and I have stressed that before in several meetings, and so I'll be looking for that. But thank you both.
Yeah, I want to echo a lot of what Commissioner Sellers said. I just want to thank you all for all of your hard work in this space. I know it's been a long time. For you, not as long, but I know others on your staff and various staff it has been. So, and to emphasize that this is part of the plan. This is, we're not going to attack everything all at once. We're going to attack it piece by piece. And with wraparound services to go ahead and make sure that those folks that we can help and assist don't fall back to where they were. I mean, that's the goal. That's the goal. So, I definitely want to reemphasize that, you know, your hard work in this space, and also to encourage others to invite them into this space as well, because it's going to be a group effort. So, yeah, there are no heroes in this. We're just a team. So, thank you again. Anything else?
Just say thanks to everyone and who came out tonight, everyone who is working on these issues. But, you know, I think the final 3 bullet points that we put up were about building capacity, ending camping, and reaching functional zero. Those are all part of the plan. You know, as Brandon mentioned, we didn't get there quite as quickly as we wanted to a few times. But, you know, I think we have the right plan. I think we are pushing that forward, and I think taking those steps are the right steps to get us to where we want to be with a place for everyone. And so look forward to continuing to make those strides.
Yeah, I just want to give Misty a shout out. She seems to have gotten everybody together under one tent, and that's really a hard thing to do in Lawrence. I don't know where you went, but I really appreciate hearing from all parts of Lawrence, people on all sides of this issue, if there's a possibility of having sides. But she seems to be bringing the community together, and hopefully she'll be a sign of good things to come. But we really need to stay on top of these things, and that's really what I want to do is, as a commission, have a conversation about this as frequently as possible, or as necessary, I should say, and also having the ability to reach out and help people and actually guide the outreach team and have accountability and have some measures and metrics. I think that's really what I'm looking forward to, so we can show what we're doing and see some value to the money and the time we're putting into this, because it's a lot of time and a lot of energy by a lot of folks who don't get recognized here tonight, but we just need to make some progress in helping these people, you know, move forward with their lives in a way that's meaningful to them.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for all the work that they're doing and bringing this to us tonight as an update. It was definitely a really good update as far as I'm concerned. Happy to hear that we're starting to get some balance in the process of moving folks to sheltering and or housing, and then also at the same time starting to close down some of the camps in a manner that is humane, and I appreciate that.
All right. With that, we were just receiving an update, so I'll go ahead and move us on to our work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. The work section topics are eligible for well, I'm going to wait, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I almost got through it. Almost.
I guess the acoustics are really strange in here.
Yeah, they are.
Crazy how she can't hear, but I can hear her talking.
Right.
You can hear, isn't that weird? It is weird.
Dome.
It is. It could be barely whispered.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's right here.
Kind of like, have you been to Grand Central in New York, where you can
talk,
right
in corners?
right.
Yes.
And goes.
Perfect acoustics.
Yeah.
Good
Yes.
evening.
Yes, I'm not going to read the spiel, so you can go ahead. And,
I'll read it for you.
yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to present this evening. My name is Lindsay Hart. I'm the Interim Director for Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture. As part of the research conducted for the Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture Comprehensive Plan, the Confluence Consulting Team conducted numerous community engagements, both in person and online. Additionally, the ETC Institute implemented a statistically valid random community survey, as well as a non-random public version of the survey online to gather further insights and comparative information from other community members. During tonight's presentation, the Confluence team, PJ Novick and Hank Moyers, along with Ryan Murray from the ETC Institute, will provide an overview of community engagements and present the community survey results. This presentation serves as a prelude to the upcoming Parks, Recreation, Arts, and Culture Comprehensive Plan presentation, which will be presented later this spring. Thank you. All right, Hank.
Thank you. Hank Myers with Confluence. I'm the project manager on the project. Want to just give some brief introductions. I think you all have seen us before. Talk about the community engagement strategy that we've had during this process and the feedback that we've been given. And then I'll let Ryan talk about the statistically valid survey results and what that tells us. And then we'll just move forward with the conclusion and questions. So Confluence, we're the project lead. We're in charge of the master planning. We've also been involved in the public engagement and also the inventory and analysis. We also have PROS Consulting Group with us as part of this. They've focused on demographic and trends, also the operations and management and the park programming aspects of the project. We have Designing Local on the team as well to touch on the arts and culture side of things, and then ETC to do the market research and the surveys for the statistically valid survey. Our first in-person meeting was in October. We had approximately 70 people attend that meeting, at which point we gave a presentation and really decided on what the needs were from the city, from the resident standpoint in that meeting, and also heard what their project goals were. We did a number of different dot exercises as part of that, and also had some comment cards and some additional voting for people to see. The feedback that was collected was really just to get a comprehensive understanding of what the residents really wanted to see incorporated into their parks department and their parks offerings within the community. As part of our online engagement, we also had a social pinpoint website, which we launched in October right after that meeting as well. There were 3 different activities, the same activities that were used during the public meeting at that point. That website has had over 2,249 views. The different dot polling location exercise had about 1,400 participants. And then some of the additional voting, we had 342 votes for one and 179 votes on another. As part of that online mapping here, you can kind of see residents were able to drop dots or a marker onto the map where they felt like there were different ideas that needed to be incorporated or amenities that they really wanted to see. So you can see here those were kind of split between recreation ideas and just general ideas within the community. We also had 111 contributors that took the actual online survey as part of that online social pinpoint website. And we will have all of that data tabulated in the final document as well. As far as the image voting, we had 109 contributors that provided over 126 different votes, over 45 different programming ideas within the online social pinpoint website. This is the same that was done during the in-person meetings, and so we've added those together for an overall composite score for those, and those will be summarized as well. And then from Designing Local standpoint, they've also been involved in a number of different engagement activities, including 12 one-on-one conversations that were 1 hour in length. They had over 67 different focus group attendees attend those meetings, and they've had over 519 survey respondents provide feedback on the various information that's associated with the arts and culture side of things. So great feedback, great responses from the public to all of these different activities. But I'm going to let Ryan kind of touch on the ETC side of things and what we've heard from the statistically valid survey.
Thanks, Hank. Good evening, commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you. Lots of familiar faces, but I believe a new one that I'm not familiar with. It's good to meet you, Vice Mayor. As you all know, I'm Ryan Murray with the ETC Institute. We do statistically valid surveys. This one is a little bit more fun than our average community survey, where we get to actually ask folks about what they like and what they want to see in our parks and recreation offerings. Very similar to our community survey, actually using the same exact methodology. So there's no difference in the way that the surveys were administered. There's almost no difference in the overall demographic breakdown of the results as well, but there are a couple nuanced differences in what we did. In terms of sample size, a little bit lower than your average, not your average, but your overall community survey. We were able to collect 519 completed surveys, which gives us a margin of error hovering around 4%, almost 4.5%. And again, that's at that 95% level of confidence. So we've got trust in the results, 95 out of 100 times. They should be within that plus or minus about 4.3%. There was a non-random sample that you'll hear about. This is really just folks utilizing our version of the online survey to complete the survey. At the end of that version of the survey, the online survey, you're required to put in a home address. If that address matched one of our random sampled addresses, then you go into the random sample bucket. If you completed the survey as a choice participator, meaning we did not select you to participate, your result was held separate into a non-random sample. We actually had more surveys to the non-random sample than we did the random sample by about 2. So overall, both were very successful. One of the interesting parts about the results to the non-random sample is that they're very similar, but they don't accurately make up or reflect the actual demographics of the community, and that's the problem with them, and that's why we do statistically valid surveying. So if you can see over to the left, we've got, I just chose one of them here. It's Hispanic, Latino, and race ethnic background questions, questions 23 and 24. As you can see in the random sample, and I should have done this a little bit differently, but skipping out to the census, you see that the Hispanic, Latino percentages are consistent with the census. Where we get into different representation problems is that Asian or Asian Indian group, including the Black African American group, and then the white Caucasian group is significantly above where it should be. So while some of the categories are closely aligned, the random sample results are definitely much more aligned with your aggregate or your average Census Bureau statistics that you'd find. The purpose of this survey is very similar to the other community survey that we've discussed before in the past. It's an objective feedback mechanism, but instead of about your overall or core city services, it's really about parks and recreation amenities, focusing heavily on this needs grouping of questions. So if you saw the survey, there's about 2 pages of questions that are just singular questions on each page. It's a large list of amenities and programs, and so that's where you're going to kind of get some guidance from the survey results. As Hank mentioned, this is not the only engagement piece. This is simply one more piece of the puzzle. It's a sharp knife in their tool belt to help them plan and kind of make decisions based on what the overall community is saying. We had some benchmarks in our report, and what we did was we developed priorities using the priority investment ratings. It's a little bit different than important satisfaction, which suggests improvements in the high priority areas are going to lead to further satisfaction. The priority investment ratings suggest that if we're to invest in areas at the top of the analysis, we should go to serve the largest levels of unmet need within the community. So really a bang for your buck type situation versus the satisfaction increase that we'd see in the satisfaction survey. Overall, we have robust participators. So I think that's really the main story, is that in an average community, we'd say about 3/4 of folks would have visited a park or a facility within the last year. Almost all of our respondents, 92%, indicated they'd visited one of our parks or facilities. You also doubled the national average in terms of participation in programs, where about 2/3 of your residents indicated that they've at least participated in a single program or event. 32% nationally say that to us. So I just wanted to kind of give you that perception contextually that you have a lot of active users of your system, which is great. We don't have benchmarks on the actual arts and culture items, but almost 2/3 of those folks also participated, which is great. We'll talk about improving existing infrastructure. There were some key items towards the end of the survey. We'll see a couple of those charts here. They're really about investments and where that support might lie. When we talk about these priorities, I like to just give you kind of an idea of what they're going to look like before we get into the survey or into the results specifically. In terms of amenities, we're looking at items that are really kind of regardless of age and ability. In terms of our park facilities, you could typically use many of these particular facilities. That's typically what we'll see in this type of analysis. In communities like Lawrence, we'll oftentimes see trails as a top amenity priority. When you get into high-performing parks and recreation, excuse me, it's way past my bedtime, I apologize. When we get into high performers, basically what we find is that restrooms kind of start to top the list. And the primary reason is that you served all these unique recreation needs, and now what folks really need is to stay longer at our facilities and parks, and so they'd like some of those restrooms kind of sprinkled across the system is what they're really telling us. We've learned that through focus groups over time. I'm sure the Confluence team has a better idea of where those parks could actually be used. The survey results suggest that it would go to serve a large level of need. When we talk about programs, again, that age or ability question, a lot of these items could be completed or participated in kind of regardless of that age or ability. Down towards the bottom, we do see adult programs, adult water fitness, but up towards the top, we're seeing community events, nature programs, outdoor adventure, and those types of programs. So this has all been kind of grouped up together here, but we'll see how we got to that particular item in just a few moments here. When we asked respondents to indicate if they'd used the system, some of the participation or usage numbers seem to suggest they're not as aware of some of these as maybe they truly are, or maybe they should be. In terms of usage of our system, like I said, almost everybody, 92% of respondents indicated they'd visited one of our parks or recreation facilities. Less than 10% or 8% indicated no. When we talk about barriers, I wanted to again provide some of that context. So I actually put the number of respondents that indicated that one of these was a barrier to their usage of your system. Only 12 people out of the entirety, 519 folks, said, hey, I don't feel safe using parks or facilities. That's why I'm not using them. So just kind of looking at that through the lens of 8% broken down by each one of those N values or the actual number of respondents, I think it provides a lot of context to the fact that there's not a lot of barriers to the usage of our park system currently. When we talk about programs, though, there do tend to be a lot more barriers, typically related to time in communities like this, and the fact that we've got about 1/3 of our sample population now telling us, hey, I haven't participated, we're going to see more barriers, or at least more selection, but really it's too busy or not interested, or I don't know what's offered. And as we saw previously, when we talk about not knowing what's offered or usage of the system, we have a lot of people using community events, a lot of people saying that they're aware of performing arts classes, so I don't think that's necessarily the truthful response in terms of a barrier. I think that it might be for some folks, but I think a lot of people are aware they're just really busy or not interested for the most part. There's some that prefer individual activities or the programming time isn't convenient, but the reason I wanted to put the N values up here is because I don't think you need to go through your system or your recreation offerings and change all your programming times. Only 34 people indicated that that's kind of their barrier, and that's a very small percentage when we're talking about that of the entire population of the sample. When this is about community arts and culture programs or events, a little bit more, about 35% of folks saying no. It's an issue of not knowing what's offered or too busy, not interested, or fees too high or lack of financial assistance. Those were kind of the three primary items that were selected. When we talk about more usage of the system, we asked which roles and services that residents or respondents think the city's arts and culture programs are most important to their household. This was an interesting question. I've never asked this question before. I've had clients all over the country develop these arts and culture programs or really invest in them heavily. It was really interesting to see that almost half of our respondents indicated that they think the city's arts and culture programs should support local artists and arts organizations or preserve and present local history, along with exposure to local or regional artists and performers. So it's really about the artists themselves versus kind of what can the community receive from them. So I think that was pretty interesting there. Not a bulk of respondents in any of those areas, but 48% is about half of folks, which is really good. When we talk about priority investment ratings, again, alluding to that really long question in the survey, what we're asking respondents to do is tell us if they have a need for that particular item. And if they circled no need, what we do is subtract the percentage of no needs minus 1, and we get the percentage of folks that indicated they had some sort of need in the survey. So what we want to do first is calculate the level of general need for each of the recreation amenities listed. And we did the same exercise for programs, and I'll show you that later on. based on those folks that indicated they had a need, they were asked to rate the level of need that they currently have for these particular items, specifically how well those needs are being met. So if we look towards the bottom, I know Lawrence doesn't have a mini golf course or an outdoor ice rink. Those are two of our highest levels of unmet needs. What we should always be thinking about is the actual level of need in the community. If the actual level of need for mini golf is extremely low, but the unmet need is extremely high, then it's a small proportion of residents who have that unmet need. In this instance, mini golf kind of falls right in the middle at about 45% of respondents saying they have a need, and then a vast majority of that 45% saying that my need's not met. So they're indicating at high levels, based on about half of our respondents, that their needs for that particular amenity is not met. And I'm picking on mini golf course for a specific reason here. When we ask about their needs, we then transition to which one of these items are most important. Again, from this larger list, we're asking respondents to now select 4. And the idea is very similar to our importance questions in your satisfaction survey, where we're trying to draw out what are really those most important things. You might have had a need for everything, your need might have been unmet for everything, but now you have to tell me which 4 out of that larger list are you most interested in. And we see walking and biking trails, indoor fitness, and then up there towards the middle at 10% we see mini golf course. So now we've got about half of our respondents who have a need for mini golf course. About 82% of those 45 indicate that their need's not being met, but only 10%, 1 out of 10 respondents selected as one of their top 4 choices. So when we get to our priority investment ratings here, we see that mini golf course kind of falls towards the top of this list. It's not necessarily based only on the importance, but equally on importance and unmet need. And that unmet need is predicated on that 45% to start. So the lower level need items are those items that you should not disinvest from. We still need to offer skate parks, disc golf courses. We might need to offer indoor turf fields if we're currently offering those items. Those needs in the community are being relatively well served to the degree that we're not going to serve unmet needs by investing heavily in them. As we start to climb the list, and specifically as we get into the red items, those are the items that strong investments or high investments in those particular amenity types should lead to decreased need by serving the unmet need of those residents. And that's walking and biking trails, park restrooms. We've already seen this list of these high priority items. Outdoor ice rink and outdoor bandshell or amphitheater really are playing closely to that high priority item, but that's why this is one piece of a larger engagement puzzle. We won't decision make only on this prioritization of the list. We'll also use our dots. We'll also use all of our other public engagement efforts, our focus groups and things like that to really get a better understanding of what this means to respondents. What I wanted to also show here tonight was kind of the breakdown of the random sample on the left to the non-random sample on the right. This is just ascending order 1 through 10 of each one of these. I thought I shaded these slightly differently, but I apologize, I did not. This is not great to see. What? Oh. Okay. Well, that kind of messes with the color coding. They were color coded in a way that would have let you draw the line between like where 1 was for the random sample, where 1 was for the non-random sample. We are not going to break that down tonight, but you can definitely do that. The results are relatively similar. There's not a lot of huge discrepancies there, but as we can see in the non-random sample, mini golf course kind of starts to top the list at 3, whereas we have passive natural areas, but mini golf is 5 in the overall, so we're pretty close there as well. We did the same exact exercise for programs. This is the full list of programming that we had here. We then get into how well those programming needs are met. As we can see, most of these program needs aren't really topping out at that same level of the amenities. But as if we remember, 92% used amenities, about 2/3 used programs. So there's that really sharp decline of about 1/3 of our respondents either not interested or too busy for our programming. So this makes a lot of sense. Importance, we see community events top the list. That was our highest priority for improvement again. So again, we should not eliminate youth soccer. We should not eliminate tennis lessons and leagues if we're doing that. We should think about how investments at the top of this list are going to serve larger levels of unmet programming needs, and we should think about how those other engagement efforts play into our high priorities, knowing that we've got, adult arts and culture performing arts down there at 99, adult arts and cultural visual 95. Those are still high priority items. They'll go to serve a large level of unmet need. But again, community events also receive that importance score that really pushes it close to that top out of 200 at 193. This is that same table. We're not going to break this down again. The colors, the way that they are, just don't give us that ability to kind of draw those lines anymore. So again, relatively similar breakdowns. There's a little bit more special interest in our non-random sample, I feel. There was a lot of mini golf. It's something we don't offer. It's just kind of an interesting concept for this, but you see cooking classes both in the green there right next to each other, nature programs, orange and yellow right there next to each other, community events just 1 and 2 in each, a lot of overlap, so the results are relatively similar. We also asked respondents later in the survey about potential support for actions that the city could take to improve the parks and recreation system. That's everything from improving existing parks and infrastructure, improving existing trail systems, improving or adding restroom facilities. And so now we're kind of seeing a similar trend from our priority investment ratings where residents cannot manipulate the results because it's that analysis type to a straightforward question where they're able to tell us what they most support. And we're seeing improving existing playgrounds, restrooms, trails, a lot of those similar items, which kind of develops a theme for what folks would like to see in the future. I apologize. On this particular slide, in question 14, respondents were asked to indicate which one of the items were most important to them. I've highlighted the 4 most important, which also received the highest levels of support. In Q15, we asked respondents again to rate their level of agreement with statements about parks, recreation, arts, and culture. This is just a great question to see so much support for all of these. A majority of folks do feel safe in parks. We have about 60% down there, a third from the bottom. Folks feel welcome. The city has parks and recreation facilities for people like them. They're well maintained. Facilities are well maintained. So things are looking up. I think those are great messages for the community in general. And then finally, we asked respondents, well, not finally, but towards the end, we asked respondents to rate their overall level of satisfaction with the value their household receives. So getting back to our community satisfaction survey, more perceptions here. So what we see is about 65%, almost 2/3 of our respondents say that they're getting a pretty good value. 1 in 4 kind of in that neutral category, most likely related to the fact they're not sure what proportion of their tax bill is going to parks, and about 12%, considering our margin of error, about 1 out of 10 respondents approximately are saying, hey, I'm just dissatisfied. We're always going to have detractors when we talk about value statements and taxes. I think this is a pretty good chart to see a vast majority of folks saying they're satisfied with that particular item. I've skipped into Hank's charts here, so I'll stay up here and see if there's any questions, I'll do my best to answer any of those.
All right. Any questions?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I know Commissioner Sellers has a question for me.
Statistical question.
I knew
Just
it.
one.
Yep.
Just as it relates to the questions about needs and the fluctuations with the random sampling.
Yep.
I think my initial thoughts on that was the person taking the survey and the perception of which they were taking. Were they taking a self or was it in relationship to their family?
Great question.
I looked at the number, I looked at the age breakdown, and it's pretty equal as it relates to, transitioning age to family age.
Yep.
So I wondered, I feel like some of that has a bearing on why we're seeing some of that drop as the unmet needs, things of that nature. Because I think along with the mini golf course or skate rink, which we all hear about, but I think it relates from, other than former Mayor Jennifer Ananda, would be super excited about roller skating. Me, not so much. Mini golf, yes.
Yes. Me too.
But also seeing individuals and families seeing it as a place for youth to go, to give youth something to do, as well as an opportunity for them to work. So I just wondered if that was something that came up in your mind as you looked at some of these results, as who is taking the exam, who is taking a survey, and how are they answering it as.
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that because, it's going to be really hard to see, but you'll have a copy of the survey instrument. And the very first question asks respondents to indicate how many people are in each of the following age groups in your home. And so hopefully the idea is that we've kickstarted the survey with this idea that I'm supposed to be responding for everybody. What we know is that the adult programming can oftentimes dominate some of the priority investment ratings. But then when you start to look at demographics, we know that when you start to tease out the households with children, and then children of a specific age, and then children of a specific interest, and then sometimes we put like baseball and softball, so now you've kind of gendered the question itself. And so you can really dismantle the level of overall need based on the households because not everybody has kids. So the dominating household type in the community is most likely without youth under 12, just proportionally. So that's why we'll see like adult up there towards the top, 62 years and older even. That's why you'll also see like camp programs toward the bottom. What Confluence does, working with your staff, will help contextualize some of that. We know adults, maybe dominate, but we also know there's a huge segment of youth in the community that we have to serve with recreation and parks. And so this survey, I think it's most important for me as the consultant to get up here and let the commissioners know this is not the final plan. This is not driving the direction of the full plan. This is simply one data piece that they'll be able to use with all those other engagement efforts to really put together a comprehensive plan for you all, understanding that this analysis does not account for that age gap. Now, one of the things I think I could do for Hank and PJ is pull together, based on the household type question, that Q1, I'll pull apart this priority investment ratings for you tomorrow, and what I'll do is break it down by age category. So households with children under 9 is what we typically do, 9 to 18 or 9 to 14. And then we start to do the adult-only households. And so we'll see a breakdown similar to those other random versus non-random sample tables, and I'll create those and send those over to Confluence tomorrow. So that hopefully will give you an idea of, hey, the aggregate analysis is dominated by the adult perceptions and interests, but when we look at the actual data at a smaller level by households with children, we will see a slight shuffling of some of those top priorities.
Look forward to the day that the data comes with the multivariate analysis so that I can start to look at. I mean, there are some other pieces of this that, as far as households, age of children in households, also looking at this from a disaggregate as it relates to race and being able to match that with households with youth, households of age. So I think there's so much. I know it can get,
there's a lot here.
We get too much, and then we may end up creating a narrative that doesn't need to exist, but at least it helps to have that.
Sure.
So thank you for
No
entertaining me in that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.
I would just highlight to emphasize that point, dog parks ended up in the low medium, but when we tried to mess with the dog park, we sure got a lot of people who cared about the dog park. And so, you only can use this so well at times. I did not see Prairie Park Nature Center on here either, so.
Dog parks are loved by everybody, but they fall in the middle typically if you've got a couple. If you don't have any, they are definitely up there towards the top, and I've seen that happen too.
I had a question. You've got outdoor swimming pool / water park. What's the difference between a water park and a splash pad?
Yeah, so a splash pad is usually like kind of a on-ground, splash features, spray features, and things like that. And a water park would have slides and other features, a lot more robust, like an actual pool almost.
So is that separate from a swimming pool?
Yes, they would typically be separate from a swimming pool. And I'm not the expert on that. I can tell you about the stats, but I think that Hank and Lindsay would probably be the best to kind of describe those particular amenities in more detail.
Yeah, Ryan has it pretty well accurate. When you start talking about a water park, you start to get into things like lazy rivers and zero depth entry pools and competition pools, dive wells, slides, that kind of thing. Splash pads are typically just more of a spray feature that's on the ground and that can be run outside of maybe your typical pool season as well, maybe a little bit earlier in the season and then run a little bit later as well into the season to really fit a need that some residents have.
So was that definition, any sort of context was provided with each of the questions as to just what is the water park versus?
I think the intent there was to really gather just a need on water features in general, or water-based amenities within the community, and the desire to have those features.
Yeah, they weren't further defined other than outdoor swimming pool / water park or spray ground / splash pad. One thing that I think Hank and his team realize, along with myself, is that most parents are going to know that splash pad term. With younger kids, that's typically what those are used for the most part. And so I think that the folks that had the need for that particular item probably knew what it was to start, and those who maybe didn't know what it was maybe missed that particular item. But it's hard to further describe or parenthesize that particular type of amenity. So I learned about them about 5 years ago when my son was 3. So that's when I first learned splash pad, and now I know all about them. So there's about 3 in Lee Summit. So
I have a birthday party to attend on Sunday at a water park.
Water park, yeah. So that's fun too. Lee Summit has Summit Waves or something like that too, which is, I'm sure people will be doing site visits locally eventually.
All right. Any further questions? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
What we'll do is we'll go to public comments. Any public comment here in the room?
Dang.
Not seeing any. Sherry? Any in Zoom?
Oh, Mayor.
All right, bringing it back to us. This is the last chance for any discussion or questions for those attending.
I don't think so. Thank you.
All right. No,
Fourth
thank
and final.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
all
much
for all
for
your
your
hard work on
Appreciate
this.
it.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank you,
I look forward to seeing more updates about the comprehensive plan as well.
for sure. Maybe do a survey on homelessness.
That's a good way to get a
You're full of ideas.
valid.
You're full of ideas at 9:45. Commissioner back. All right. Commission items.
Just two things real quick. One, thank everyone for the St. Pat's Parade, and that's always such a big deal. And again, having so many people downtown and such a great event, and even though it's a little cold, it still is a great event. So thank everyone for that, including our staff, but obviously all the volunteers. The other one, the other bill, I sent a message to Craig about, it's called Senate Bill 311, and it's a little esoteric, but it involves how fair market value is determined by the appraiser's office. And they have added in committee, they added language that basically tries to reinstate the black box theory, which was struck down by the Supreme Court. And it passed the Senate on a 21-19 vote. So it's not veto proof, but it goes now at the House. And our county appraiser, along with many county appraisers, would be very concerned if it passed as it currently stands, because it basically changes the definition of fair market value. So it just kind of, the original bill was pretty innocuous. The amendment made it very concerning. So it doesn't have a hearing in the House yet, but, maybe something we want to consider writing. I know the county will be writing a letter on, so maybe something we can join in on.
Thank you. That was one of those late night bills that was passed last week.
Yep.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Those are always corrected.
Any additional commission items?
None for me.
No, I was just going to say, I know it was brought up earlier today. NLC CCC conference last week definitely was a different vibe than before. But I love some of the changes that they made. One particular is that there was a day dedicated for just office hours with agencies, and I really took advantage of that. Had a very good conversation with staff from FEMA, as well as from HUD, as they celebrated the retirement of Secretary Fudge, and just really appreciated how they're making a structure. They were structuring the conference. Of course, we got a shout out being featured in the video that was shared during the opening session. So there was a lot of, oh, hey, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. Oh, where NLC started. So that was kind of the going tagline while we were there in DC. But it really felt, like I said, a little bit of a shift, but I think in a way, they really want to present that particular setting about helping us understand a lot of the policies and federal laws and how they're functioning to equip us to be more prepared and more succinct and engaging with our presentations when we go on the Hill. And even with working with the agencies. So, I know some folks felt like it was a little bit different, but I really enjoyed the restructuring of it. And so really fits to the purpose of it. And so folks know we're here for business in March. In November is all about really about the networking and programming piece of it that everyone was looking for. So want to just state that and just say how much I enjoyed that opportunity this year.
It does remind me, we should, I don't know if Corey or someone has the connections there, but that video, they did a 2-minute video on Lawrence, and it was narrated, is Balch reading the proclamation while they showed different pictures of Lawrence and the things they did in Lawrence. And then they went on and showed KU and some other stuff. So if we could, I think we should get a copy of that if we can and put it on our website and put it out.
And to kind of tease that.
And Balch did a great job, by the way.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Back up real quick. One of the things that was shared, and I'll kind of allude to it in future meetings, is that there was a Healthy Housing Local Action Challenge. And so, I always do things and ask for grace later. So signed us up for it just to get some more information. So it really speaks to a lot of the germaneness of things that we've been talking about recently around a place for everyone, getting a new housing study done, talking about our short-term rentals and long-term rentals and things of that nature. So more to come about that, but it was just to get more information to help us identify and assess healthy housing needs, environmental needs as it relates to our housing and our own market. So really excited about that. In addition to the video, I wanted to plant a seed with the commission as we are celebrating the 100th year of NLC, that perhaps we do some type of time capsule to be able to cement this and maybe in 25, 50 years, when we're all cryogenically looking svelte, that we can go back or at least have that documented somewhere, since NLC was very gracious to roll out the red carpet for us and plaster us all over their website as well as in video. So just thought about the idea of us doing a time capsule to commemorate the 100 years. So that's all.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great idea. So time capsule, I'm in. So I guess I do have a commission item, and I'll try to be brief with it. I know last week at the trial, I'd be a little bit remiss if I didn't mention it. I was out of town, but when I got in town and heard about it, I was just sad for everybody involved, both on the young man, both of the young men involved. So I just wanted to say that I was proud of our investigative services and for the content and what they provided to the trial to go ahead and set the table. And also, I definitely wanted to give space to the family of Kamar J. Shah to grieve and go through that process, because immediately when that happened, I thought of my son and circumstances and certain talks that were given to me, and I know that definitely hit hard. So I can't even imagine what they're going through with their loss right now. So I just wanted to let them know that the community is hurting with them, and I'm so sorry for their loss. So
It's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to bring it down, but yeah. Yep, I will go ahead and get us on to city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a whole bunch of fulfilling some requests for information that are on this here, and most of them stand by themselves. We're happy to answer any questions. We did want to make a presentation on the tax relief programs, and I'm especially excited to ask Roxana Arjon, who has been our intern this past year from KU, the KU MPA program, to make a presentation on this, I think supported by Allie. I don't know, do you have set up?
I'm here for moral support.
Okay.
Do you need me to share it, Kurt?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, green button at the bottom, and then it'll pop right up. There you go. Bingo.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Roxana Arjon, Management Intern with the City of Lawrence. Just have a brief presentation about the property tax rebates or property tax relief programs that other cities and counties are doing within the state of Kansas. So briefly, we'll just go brief overview of what rebates are, talk about the programs that exist within Kansas, some brief considerations about what it would look like to implement one in Lawrence, and then some recommendations and takeaways that other cities have shared while communicating with them. So property tax rebates align with two of our commitments in the strategic plan. The first one is sound fiscal stewardship and really ensuring that we're using and managing our resources, but also aligning them with the priorities of our community. And the second commitment is our equity and inclusion one, and ensuring that our services are delivered fairly and impartially so that no one group is disproportionately burdened or disadvantaged. And so when we talk about property tax rebates, what we really mean is that this is a targeted property tax relief program. Typically, it's done so on the basis of income. And so applicants for the property tax rebate are required to pay their property taxes in full, so in December and then early that next year, at which point they apply to the program and are then refunded, typically through a check, a portion or all of the city's or the county's taxes. So they won't receive a refund on all of their tax bill, it'll just be a portion of it or all of it, but only on the city's ones or the county's, depending on what programs that they apply to. And so the usage of these income-targeted tax breaks is not a new phenomenon. It's used widely across the United States. And in Kansas, we have the Homestead program that was first implemented in 1970. As you can see, they've subsequently added two additional programs, the Low-Income Seniors Rebate in 2008, and then the Seniors and Disabled Veterans one in 2023. So there are three programs on the state level. Looking at the cities and counties that offer rebate programs, you can see here that there are 8 municipalities and 1 county. A majority of these are located within Johnson County, with the exception of Wichita and Topeka. And Lenexa currently has a program funded in 2024, but they haven't implemented yet. But they have plans to do so when I've been communicated with them. So here you can see some of the statistics information about these different programs. You have the state's programs in the first 3 rows, followed by the cities, and then Johnson County is at the very bottom. You can see here that the City of Mission's program is the oldest. It was implemented in 2004, but a majority of these programs were recently implemented this year in 2024. So it's really important to consider the fact that a lot of these cities who have had their programs for a few years aren't that comparable to Lawrence when you consider demographics, some of the services that they provide. A lot of these smaller cities like Mission, Merriam, Prairie Village, Roland Park don't offer their own fire services, so it's kind of hard to compare Lawrence to their programs. And the more recent programs, as you can see, don't have that much information just because this is their very first year of implementation. Regarding eligibility, there are some characteristics that all these municipal programs share, such as having a household income gap, requiring that the applicant reside within the city or the county that they're applying to. They have to own and occupy their primary residence, and they have to be current on all property taxes and special assessments. The Commission specifically wanted us to look into programs for low income and veterans, and you can see there highlighted are Topeka, Wichita, and Johnson County. These are the only programs that specifically target elderly folks or disabled veterans. The rest of the programs just basically have income, and you can see a few of these programs do have additional requirements, such as their home value being less than the average home value within the city, or in the case of Merriam and Olathe, the applicants don't have any active code violations. But for the most part, this is a tax relief that is targeted solely for income. While the City of Lawrence does not offer property tax rebate or any sort of tax relief, we do have a low-income elderly utility rate program, which was implemented in 2012, and this does allow low-income elderly persons whose application is approved to receive a 35% charge for their water, sanitary sewer, and sanitation. This program has two eligibility requirements. The first is that applicants have to be 60 years or older, and the second is that they have to meet the income guidelines that you can see here on the slide. These guidelines are based off of the 110% of the federal poverty guideline as set by the Department of Health and Human Services. And you can see that these income guidelines are split into only two different categories, either for an individual, so one person within that household, their income gap is about $16,000, and any other household, so an individual and their spouse is the typical one that we see, that's the $21,700 or so income gap. With this program, we currently have 88 active accounts, and 30 of them are owner-occupied, with the rest being renters. On this slide, you can see some estimates on what we would state are the eligible applicants based off the different eligibility requirements. And these are just based off of the programs that exist. So the state of Kansas's program, our utility rate program, the Department of Housing and Urban Development's income guidelines, et cetera. And this information is, just a rough estimate of how many people would be eligible to apply. It's not really stating how many people we would expect to apply, which would be a different number. And then finally, the recommendations that other cities have emphasized when we talked with them is these four things that are on the slides. The first one is about program effectiveness. When implementing a program, you really have to make sure that the benefit level is meaningful to lower the property taxes. So really considering what should the benefit be placed at while looking at the property tax level here in the city. Additionally, when you're setting those eligibility requirements, you should ensure that they're not overly restrictive. There are some programs that have been too restrictive, and in subsequent years, they've had to modify their eligibility requirements to have more applicants. This relates to the pilot programs. Key takeaway that cities have emphasized is that having this pilot program really allows for experimentation, better collection of data. Since these programs are relatively new on the municipal level, with having this collection of data, having pilot programs allow us to determine, what is the fiscal impact? Is the program effective based off of the requirements that we have, the benefits that we are providing? And we can subsequently change the programs yearly as part of the budget cycle. The third takeaway is really focusing on administrative burden. Some of these cities have multiple rebate programs, and they've combined their property tax rebate program with their utility program or their franchise-free program, and that really helps to reduce the administrative burden on applicants. As opposed to applying to 3 different programs, they can apply to just one and be considered for all these benefits. This also reduces staff impact because it's reducing the amount of applications that are going to be considered, especially if you have different eligibility requirements as well. And the final takeaway is really focusing on accessibility. When first starting up a program, you have to input a lot of resources into the marketing side of things, ensuring that the programs are well communicated. So, if people don't know that the programs exist, then they won't apply to them. Some cities have stated that, this is the most staff impactful side of things, is that implementation side, with subsequent administration of the programs being relatively low. But you really do have a sort of an uphill battle when you're first implementing the program, as you have to put a lot of those foundational aspects in place. And related to this accessibility is that new applicants to a program are going to face the biggest burden, the biggest hurdle as they try to navigate, how do you apply for this program? How do you determine you're eligible with those newer, or with the returning applicants having that previous knowledge before? So when you're first implementing the program, you can expect a lot of questions about whether someone's eligible, just a lot more time needing to be invested. And that is all.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Any questions?
So did I understand the ones that had, some of them had the same requirements as the state and the administrative burden? Are they doing it if you get the state rebate, you automatically get our rebate, the city or the county rebate, so you don't have to apply twice? Or or is it still a separate application process?
Yeah, so that would be the city of Wichita. They still require applicants to apply to their city program, but as opposed to the city staff having to determine eligibility requirements, they just require applicants to apply to the state program and submit their
Determination letter.
like the tax return or the information stating, hey, we received this form from the state stating that this is the rebate that we received, and Wichita just takes that information, so they don't have to determine, eligibility requirements on that side.
Seems like a good idea.
Thanks for the information. I really appreciate it.
Roxanne, a couple of questions on, so with the point that Commissioner Finkelstein was making in regards with Wichita and the other state programs, so did Wichita mention anything about frequency of programs that folks were applying for? Did they have like more homestead, more safer, more combination of different programs as it related to their program, or was it just most of their folks that were applying for their local program applied to just one or multiple programs?
That is information that wasn't shared, so don't have that information currently about what the breakdown is of the number of applicants based off of those different programs.
Okay. And are we to assume that anyone that applied received?
Oh, she passed out.
Oh, my gosh.
Did she pass out?
Yeah.
Let's give her some room.
Yeah. Yep.
She's some water?
Tony's getting some. I think somebody.
She's getting some water.
Yeah, I think she.
Recess.
Yeah. Recess? A little bit? I'll bring us back. Not going to bang the gavel or anything like that. All right. I think this is, were you done?
No. I guess my question was going to, because of my limited familiarity with the program, Roxana, was if someone applies to the state program, I'm assuming there's some denial, and is for cities like Topeka and Wichita, or specifically Wichita, are folks, is their acceptance on the local level predicated on their receiving acceptance on the state level?
Yeah, the city of Wichita's program requires you to have received benefits.
Okay.
So there'll be like a return that the state requires you to submit. So like instead of like the 1040, it'd be like the 1040V, for instance, and you have to submit that with the City of Wichita's application.
Okay. There are some questions about the eligibility that I think are enlightening that I don't think you can answer, but I think as a further discussion, if it's the will of the commission to elevate this to a policy discussion, I think will come in play. So thank you.
And any further questions?
I just hope you feel better.
Yeah.
No, just nerves.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
All right. That's good to know.
I will say that I do think maybe the county is looking at doing something like this too, so.
yeah,
we'll want
that
to
is what
coordinate.
I heard as well, that they've been in communication with some of these cities and counties.
So,
I would just like to keep a close eye on that.
understand what they're doing if we're going to be involved in.
Yep.
Do we have a timeline on that? Were you able to find out a timeline, how early they are in the process?
I have not. I actually heard this secondhand when I was talking with Johnson County. They had mentioned that Douglas County had reached out to them, and this was back in February, mid-February or so. So I believe they're still in their early process of gathering that information.
Okay.
I bet they don't have data as good as this.
Roxanne, I just thought just real quick, I know that with some of the, I know that many municipalities were doing this to preempt because they were unsure what the state was going to do. Do we feel like legislatively that there's going to be any movement with several of these property tax bills that were introduced, or did you get into that? I know that wasn't per se in the scope, but was mentioned.
I haven't heard anything from, locally if they're determining whether the state's legislation is going to impact what they're doing. Most of the times, any changes that have been proposed or considered have mostly just been internally. I believe the only state legislation impacts are those that are included within the memo, those bills that have been brought up. And I believe none of them have gained much traction currently. But as you know, I know Commissioner Finkeldine brought up a bill that would affect the property taxes. So other than those bills, haven't heard what local municipalities are doing to respond to them.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
All right. No more further questions. This is a city manager item, so it's available for public comment. Any public comment here in the room? Not seeing any. Sherry, any on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
All right, bringing it back to us.
There were other commissioner items, city manager items that, because of the time and whatnot, I'll just discuss it with you because I was expecting more of a presentation and not necessarily a memo on this, especially on the report on the long-term rental inspection data. There were some, I think, looking at some of the violations and reports and the memo, I do have some concerns about that we need to revisit more in a presentation, and so I just wanted that noted.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good information there, and because it's a relatively new program, I agree. No, we are likely to talk about this in the budget, so we could do it during that time, or I can get something scheduled similar to this and have Trini here and other staff.
Yeah, I mean, I think aspects of this can definitely be during the budget. I do have some concerns, some pieces of it that I think will be elevated to other places, but we can discuss that offline.
Okay.
I guess I would echo that both on the long-term rental as well as the utility billing report. I know both of those somewhat will be in the budget, but I guess, balancing act, I like how we have, what's our level of service? Like on the utility billing report, what's our level of service there? Do we rank that like a 3? Is that 2? Like how would we rank that? And if we wanted to be a 5, what would that cost us? And I guess, I like that theory. And I guess when I look at that utility report every month, and I'm just not sure if that's
how to quantify.
Yeah, is that where we want to be, or do we want to be better, or, and if we want to be better, what we'd have to do to be there, I guess.
Yeah. I think it gets to a much broader conversation, which we will talk about in the budget, I think, about what are our, these folks know I don't love the term customer service, but what are our customer service standards? What are the standards of service? And so what is the relative range of what we could provide, where we are now, what would it take to do this? We give this report regularly, and it was just a tradition. I don't know when it started, but we always give this report. But we have interactions with a lot of different people that we serve in this community on a lot of different things, and I think there probably is a range of what their experience could be like. And so we probably could create a chart for dozens of services that would be useful in our conversations, and we're probably headed that direction.
Well, and I think the way you do it in Balancing Act helps us see that in many areas, level of service versus cost. And to me, this long-term rental code enforcement or two similar ones, which is, we know if we spend more, we can do better, but how do we rank ourselves? And then we have to decide where that priority is. But those just jumped out at me as ones that we could, I don't know how they fall on the budget. Anyway, I think that'd be useful to see as we get into that.
Absolutely. I appreciate the support of the rubric and the model. It is what you should be seeing a lot more of.
Okay. The other one I would note is this update on the municipal services and operation design and construction standards came out of a discussion we had at the Code Development Committee. And, some concerns around, the code can do so much, but then these design standards guide a lot of things. So, for example, one example could be if we want to build a more walkable neighborhood or and we want smaller streets, we might approve that in a zoning application, but the design standard says you can't do that. And how do those interact? And so I asked Craig, just kind of to see where we're at and how they update it. And I know they update every year, but it's not something that normally comes to us. And anyway, we'll have some more discussion about that in the Code Committee, and I don't know if we'll have recommendations about how those two interact, but my edification was I didn't realize quite how separate they were, and how it is pretty important to affordable housing and creation of projects to know what those design standards are. Craig, if you have anything else to add to that, it's not a discussion.
No, it is generally a technical standard that's adopted, but it has some variability. So that's definitely something we can talk about some more.
Okay. Since we're bringing them all out, future agenda items? Good.
I looked over, that's good.
I'm looking at, we may try and move some, April 16th is pretty loaded. We may try and make some adjustments if we can. Sherry and I'll work on that.
Okay. All right. Were there any other comments?
I think so, thanks. It's good meeting.
Sherry, give me a week. I know I just committed to the ribbon cutting on the 11th of April.
Okay.
But I may have a work trip that may.
Okay.
So give me a week
We all
and I'll
good?
let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Are you talking about the calendar there?
I'll bring us back.
Okay.
I thought we were talking about the.
Oh, no. I was just
we
making
left
sure.
off with
Okay.
public comment. So,
Yeah. Any other calendar stuff?
Good evening.
All right.
I'm going to
I did have one thing, share on all these where it says need a rep or.
that I prepared earlier.
Those all correct?
My name is Jared Gobb, and I live in the Deerfield neighborhood. I am
Sandy
co-founder
generally
of
emailed
the
those
Sunday
out to
Chug,
you all for
a
me, and we
weekly
tried to
cycling
rotate, so
group
if she hasn't had a
ride.
response, we just leave it.
I'm sorry,
I can
a weekly
check
cycling group ride in Lawrence.
Okay.
700 area.
If we're not, then we move down the list until we
Okay.
get.
Got it.
So, I'll check on it.
I was going to make a comment, but I'm not. All right. Any additional calendar stuff? That's the only thing holding us up from adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Nay.
And one opposed. Passes 4-1. We are
Have a good
adjourned.
night, everyone.
Good night.
All right.